Okay, everybody, welcome back to Brigandine, the Legend of Runersia. This is the demo here. We're going to start up a new game here. We're going to probably look at a couple things. So we're probably going to be looking at seeing what kind of items and equipment and that sort of thing we can probably get today. So that's kind of what we have planned for today. So we're just going to have some fun, look at this game again, and see what's there. So I went into the audio, I turned off the voice. So that sometimes I'm talking and I hear the voice and it's hard to continue what I'm saying, but I turn off the voice, sound effects are down, background, all that, language, obviously. But yeah, so let's go ahead and let's play some of this today. We're going to probably conquer one territory and then just kind of look at some items and just kind of hang out and talk a bit today. So if you want to talk about the new game, Brigandine, the Legend of Runersia, please come by and let's have some fun with this. So we're going to do a new game here. We're going to do a trial version here. So yeah, we'll get into some items and all that, and we'll look at that. I'm going to change my screen so I got a bigger screen here. I'll check out. So I can see it fairly well too. So land has been blessed with a never-ending shower of mana. This mana is a mysterious power given to man by the rune god. Okay. Mankind collected more and more mana. So did their ability to control this power growth. They gained profound knowledge. Wielded swords with strength far superior to men. Used diverse mana. Used diverse magic that could... I don't think I can keep up with this. And so they gained the ability to summon monsters that would obey their every command. So yeah, we're going to start a new game here. We're going to look at a couple things to see what else we can find in this game. Expand their armies with swords, knowledge, and magic. I'm guessing that's the picture of the rune god there. Although there is another side to it with that sun and the moon emblem there, which you usually see as the loading screen. It's on the back side of the book. I'll just record the... Waiting for the one true rune knight that would unite the land. The book was lost to the flames of war. Five brigandines scattered across Runersia. Unify the land and learn the truth. Isn't that the case? What transpired here in Runersia? I like how they have this whole startup. It's very cool. Alright, so we're going to go with this because that's all we can do right now. Okay, so I get to actually look at this, which is actually pretty cool. So it says easy, suitable for beginners, enemy AI is normal, limit is none. So that basically means there is no time limit on easy. And then you've got normal, which is average difficulty. Enemy AI is intelligent. So easy is probably just kind of randomized to some degree. Enemy AI is intelligent. Limit is 5 years, 120 seasons. Okay, so 120 seasons is 5 years. Okay. And then hard is for advanced players. Enemy AI is divine. So intelligent moves up to divine, so that probably means it's a little better than it was beforehand. 60 seasons, so 2.5 years. Now, usually for the older Brigandine game, I can beat the game in, the best I've ever probably done is 1.25 years for beating the game. Maybe a little bit under that, but around that average, but usually I can beat the game in about 2 years. And so hard is giving you 2.5 years to beat the game, and the AI is divine, but we can only play easy, so we're only really going to know how well the AI is right now based on easy. So the AI actually has different tiers or levels considering. Now, if I were to play normal and hard on this game compared to how Grand Edition was, Grand Edition, I don't know if the intelligence was that much harder on hard compared to normal. I think you just had less time to do it, but the AI was definitely a little bit tougher than it was from easy to normal. So it seems here for this game we're going to have 3 tiers of AI, I think, at least according to what it's pretty much saying right there. So it's kind of saying that there is a bit more difficult of a time. You're going to have a more difficult time on hard mode than you are on normal. Okay, so we won't know that until we get past the demo and actually play. You know what I mean? We won't really know. Most people dwelling in follow the ruined god faith. He is said to be the one who showers land of mana. You can hold up to 99 of each consumable item. Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot. That is definitely a lot. Okay, we're going to get past this because this is, well, the 5th time I've done the demo. Once I actually play the game for real, I'll go through all the cutscenes and stuff. It'll be a straight playthrough. Everything will be included. I already did this too in a previous demo as well. And I mean, they kind of go through it, but we're going to go ahead and skip this. We're going to do a battle somewhere. If somebody has a suggestion as to where we can go, what you'd like to see, please let me know. I want to see if anything's really... This is pretty interesting though. You can just highlight this and see what knights are there right now. Shows 2 faces for knights. 7 monsters are there. Combat power is 6,335. The amount of mana gained from that castle is 223. So it kind of shows you right off the bat, like, what might be a good castle to take. You know what I mean? So if we're gonna look at it based upon what would we like to go after right away, just based upon getting more mana as a whole. That's 225, and this is 223. So it's a couple points higher, not too much better, not drastically higher. So I guess technically you might want to take over the castle of Cornwen first, just because of those 2 points, but I don't know if that's necessarily maybe the best case. But starting off with Norzalio, if I was going to do a battle, like if I was going to go after another nation, I would have to say that expanding is definitely your priority, obviously. And it really depends on where you want to go. If you want to go after the kingdom of the Holy Gustava, it would still be recommended to take over this castle of Cornvern here, just because there's no point in not trying to attack it. There's no point in not trying to take it. You might be contended between Shinobi and the Republic of Gomol here, but it would force the Republic of Gomol to defend this castle, this castle, this castle, and so it would actually make them a bit weaker, because they'd have to situate knights here, here, and here for the possibility of your invasion. And it would make Shinobi, I mean, Shinobi would still pretty much park a team here, because, you know, they're going to be parking a team here and here to defend and all that. But the Republic of Gomol would get a little bit weaker, because it'd have to defend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 castles. You know, and trying to do so would make them kind of weaker in a sense, and they could try to pincer attack you, but they would also have to contend with other incoming enemy forces of Morelva and the Mana Silesia, which Mana Silesia could hit them pretty hard, Morelva could hit them pretty hard. This castle here of Drowarn would be a pretty big hotspot between a lot of that, and so that would make Republic kind of weak, because you kind of have a foothold right in the middle of their territory. And if you had that, you could move out here pretty comfortably, because even if Shinobi came in here, or even if Republic came in here and kicked you out, you'd still have your original territory selected. And even if you get pushed back to here, you're still doing pretty good. You don't have to break up your forces. You could still push into the Holy Gustava Empire. Now, the same would go as if you were going to go after the Republic. You know, you could push into here, into Warren, and just hold that as a defensive point, and send your whole team down here into the Republic and do what you want to do there. So typically that's kind of how I play too. Like, I'll push out and just hold a foothold territory, just, you know, just to be a little more powerful, have a little more mana to run with. Even if I'm not going to fully push into that territory, it does kind of make sense. But as far as what we're going to do today, like what are we going to attack and how are we going to do it, we're just going to basically look at equipment and items today. So we'll spend like some time doing that. And so we'll get into a battle here real quick, and we'll do something there. I just kind of want to look at some items and all that, see what we got. So as far as equipment goes, if I want to look at equipment though, so I want to look at okay, so you can press Y to check out recommended equipment and all that. Alright, I want to see the item screen, so I'm going to hit plus. You can see all the items, or all the equipment that we have. And so this is what I want to kind of focus on today. I want to focus on trying to gain more equipment, because I want to see what we can do. And all these pieces of equipment with the M next to it mean monster equipment. but apparently they can also be equipped by regular knights too. So probably some of them. I don't know if all of them, but so yeah, let's get into a battle. Let's do some stuff. I don't know where we want to go today. Maybe we should go after Warren, because we were kind of... Oh, hey Pedro, how's it going? How is it going, everybody, today? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. So this is where we're gonna have some fun with this today. We're gonna look at items, equipment, and that sort of thing. And so we'll do a battle. I know a lot of people are like, oh, how many battles can I get in this demo? I guess you can look for that. That's really not my priority. I'm kind of waiting for the game to come out to play it. How many castles I can take in a demo is, I don't know. Not really my priority, but I kind of want to see what we can do with equipment and items. I want to see what kind of items and equipment and all that sort of stuff we can get, and what kind of rare things there are, you know, because there's a lot of rare things in this game compared to the original, which, you know, you don't really get to kind of see. Alright, so I think what we'll do first is we'll look at our chances as far as like who can do what where. So it looks like as a hunter she does well in a forest. No, oops. Oh yeah, I hit L. If I accidentally hit L. It looks like a monk has a little better chance to collect equipment in the hills. And it looks like she has a better chance in the forest because she's a hunter. I guess that could probably be the case there, right? I'm thinking that's probably the case. I just want to look at this real quick before we move out. So, Temple Knight. So she's the second tier, which means that she might have a better chance than the first tier, which give her better outlook overall. And so if she goes to the Tillam Valley, it looks like she's gonna be a little more successful. And he's level 14, so it looks like him as a knight, like he's a little better with his prospect, because it looks like if you are under-leveled, you know, if you're not level 10 or above, you might just have the one red arrow, and then you move up to level 10 and you get an extra arrow for your outlook. You know, obviously 4 arrows there on the right will have a really good outlook, but it looks like because she's a Temple Knight, she has a little better outlook in valleys, so she's going to be good there. Let's look at some other knights here. Let's try to determine a couple things, so let's check some stuff out. So it looks like Rubino, he's level 5. He doesn't really have great outlook for questing. There is another territory here to quest for, though. It's a mountainy territory. They don't attack you here, so you can just send everybody out. Yeah, we could do that, but I do want to attack one other castle just to see if there's different kinds of outcomes. So I do want to do one attack battle. We'll get into one right after looking at this real quick, and then we'll quest from there and everywhere we have, just to, you know, get an idea as to what's kind of going on. It looks like her as a saint, she doesn't have any particular outlooks, but it does look kind of like this. So I'm seeing this as maybe potentially the case, although I guess once you get to the 20th tier, it might not give you that much more of an outlook. You might have to have a specialization within a particular class to really go up a lot higher, because Paladin and Saint don't give me 3 arrows, they still give me the 2. But it looks like you have 1 arrow when you're just under level 10. Then over level 10 you gain an arrow as far as outlook goes. And I think other things are probably going to be based upon class. There's level 1, there's level 5. Okay, so she's a hunter. Being a hunter class in a forest improves 1 bar of outlook. So if she was level 10 and a hunter, she would have 3 outlook arrow bars as far as the potentiality of gaining a really good item. And we can try switching some classes too. That's an absolutely fantastic idea. I think we should definitely do that too. So I'm not going to do any training grounds today. We're just going to look for items. We're going to look for equipment. We're going to see how lucky we can get, you know. And I'm a part Irish, so we might be able to get pretty lucky here. Just saying. So, you know, we might have some pretty good luck here, you know. And if you also have some good luck, please throw it in the chat and, you know, help out the team here. We can see what we can find. So he's a knight, and he has 2, but it seems like you have to be over level 10 to get an extra outlook bar. So it goes from red to orange, and I think it goes yellow after that, and then the last outlook arrow, I don't know what that color is yet, but I'm just going to look at some castles. We already looked at most of them. There's only 2 left to look at, so we'll go ahead and check that out. She's only level 1. She only has a red arrow for outlook, so not very good. Let's look over here. Let's look at some quests and stuff. And oh, look at this. So he's level 10. He is a bishop, and the plains. So it might have something to do with, because look, there's the Alps there, the Giran Alps, and a strait. So a watery area, an Alps, a mountainy area, plains, obviously just plains. And so it looks like a bishop accelerates or does better in the plains as far as looking for items and equipment, right? So it looks like that's the case. So he's past level 10, so he gets that extra bar, you know, whereas if you're below level 10, you only get a red arrow for your outlook. And so he's past level 10, so he gets an extra orange bar. And because he specializes, his class specializes in plains for looking for questing rewards, he's up to the yellow bar. So he gets an extra arrow for that too. So trying to go beyond that, I haven't seen anybody go beyond that yet, but it seems to be the case. It looks like fighter class. Looks like a fighter class under level 10 also gets a specialized. I can't talk right now. A specialization in planes as well, because it looks like the fighter class and the bishop class both have the same kind of outlook. So if you're gonna look in planes, you want a healer class or a fighter class to have a better outlook. So if this fighter turns into a dark knight, a paladin, I guess you're going to have a pretty good outlook for looking in the plains for items and equipment, right? So, so what are you saying here, Pedro? I found out the items you can get from quests are not only the ones listed on each destination, but also ones listed in the possible rewards of each night. Listed on each destination. Possible rewards of each night. Yeah, it does show that too. It does show that too. So they might actually come back with specific equipment that only maybe they can get. Maybe it's a specific to that person or to that class. So I don't know that quite yet. It could be due to particular class or a particular person, because there's the possible rewards there too. It shows right there on their person. So it could be something like that. I'd have to. I wonder if there. Does it say anything else here? Let's look. Let's read this over here. So we've got. Yeah, possible rewards. Okay, so he could get what's called a core. Although, like, I would call it an orb, but I guess it's called a core. So it shows here that in the forest he could get a core, or if he goes to the hills, he could also get a core. We'll have to send Rubino to another place to see if there's a place he can't get a core, because then the possible rewards could still be a core piece of equipment that he could find. So it could be specific to him because he's a prince, right? So he's not like any other class. He's the leader, he's the ruler, so he's not specifically a normal type of class. The rulers are totally completely different than all the other classes. Typically speaking, they usually are. If he turns into a king at some point, he might get crowned. He might have a different possible rewards condition he might also be able to find. I don't know yet. We'd have to find out. But alright, that's all I can really tell right now. Let's move him. So let's check this out. I want to send Rubino to a place where you cannot find a core, just to see if he still can potentially find a core. Because this shows a core in Corel, this shows no cores on Tillam Valley, this shows no cores on the Strait. I want to send Rubino to a place where there is no core to gain, just so we can see if it's just specific to him, and also if it's just specific to, it's either specific to the person itself or it's specific to the class. So here on Tillam Valley, there is no core to gain. Okay? Alright, so there's no core to gain. We could change her from an enchantress to something else. We can see if that also... yeah, so we'll test that out here. We'll test that out here. I'm also going to make a video about this as well, about some equipment and stuff. I'm going to do that tonight. And we're going to talk about a few things because from my understanding, I mean, the game kind of says start the game donning a Brigandine and then go into battle and do this and do that. And the thing is, you get an automatic equipment of a Brigandine with, you know, with Rubino. So if we look at, you know, the Justice Brigandine here, we get 2 extra blue orbs. So I'm thinking it might be possible to unequip a Brigandine to give another Brigandine to your leader. So Prince Rubino takes over the Republic of Gomol. You might be able to equip Elza's Brigandine. So I'm thinking you might be able to equip the Brigandine of Glory and change from 2 blue to 2 red defense and gain the same exact passive skills as beforehand. I think that might be possible. I don't know yet, but it could be possible, and it seems possible considering the fact that, you know, some equip Brigandine, some don't, but I think a Brigandine can only be equipped based upon a leader. So I think only the rulers can equip that. And so you might have some potential to change that. I will make a video about this today. I'll go over some of these details here. But let's send Rubino to a place that... So what we're going to do right now is we're going to test a couple things. We're going to test outlooks of quests based upon classes and based upon rulers. Or not rulers, but leaders, specific types of people, okay? So we're going to move Rubino to here, because it shows on the right, with Tillam Valley and Plains of Delza, there is no core to possibly get from questing there. Even though it shows with Leonora, her possible rewards are a monster glove, monster light armor, I think that's light armor, but it's a monster armor piece and a monster ring. And so we're going to change her to something else to see if her possible rewards change too. So let's go ahead and let's change her to, I don't know, let's change her to something else. Okay, so I cannot change her to anything else right now because she has to have strength of 57 or higher. She cannot. These are all grayed out. I cannot change her right now. Let's look at another leader that we can change. So we'll do that like right away, and we'll see what we can. We'll see what we can see. So before we do that, let's check out his possible rewards here right off the bat. So his possible rewards. So just remember this. Just remember this, everybody. It's a monster ring a staff, and a light robe. Those are his possible rewards based upon either his person or based upon his class. So let's go ahead and change that and see what happens, okay? So let's go and change him into a thief. That's perfect. Let's go change him into a thief here. This will probably be a very different kind of... it's a very different character. It's not a healer. It's an attacker, you know. Yeah, they're in yellow, so the Brigandine might be ruler-only equipment. So that's why this is my theory that I think might be possible. It does say it in the game. They don a Brigandine. They don it as a part of their armor, as a part of their history, as a part of, well, everything pretty much. So we did that. So I changed Klaus to a thief. It does change that. It does change that. Look, he had, what did he have? Monster what before? What did he hold before as a possible reward for monster equipment? Now that changed. I think that changed to just a ring. Before he had a few options. Now he has just a ring as a thief. So he has, this changed. So let's go change him back. So it says monster ring now for his possible rewards as a thief. Let's change him back to a bishop, and let's see if that changes too. And we can confirm this right now. So we're gonna move up to a bishop. So it seems like those smaller tiers might have less items to get. The higher tiers might have more items to possibly get too. So we're gonna go change it back to a bishop here. And we're gonna try to confirm this right now to see if this is the case. So we're back to bishop status. Before he could only possibly find a monster ring, which I think also could be equipable based upon particular knights too. So we're gonna go see about his quests. Okay, so the monster ring stayed, but he gains a staff and a light robe. So we're still seeing the monster ring here, right? So it does show that there is a bit of a difference, but is it just because he's leveled up to a higher status? That's a little perplexing. Maybe we have to change somebody else in order to make a better confirmation. So let's go change Jack if we can. He's proficiency of 5. Let's change him to, so he's a proficiency of 5. He's a level 8 knight. Let's change him from the fighter class into a mage. But you know, before that, let's see what I forgot to look at what he could find. Let's look at this. So Jack at level 8, he can get a spear, he can get a monster ring, he can get a whole plethora of stuff. Like, he can get a lot of stuff. So is it specifically towards the knight, or is it specific towards the class? We're gonna try to figure this out today. So it's a spear, a monster ring, a light hat, you know, a monster robe, a monster gauntlet, a heavy helmet, a sword, and a monster piece of armor. So we're gonna go ahead and change them. Try to remember these, and if these all change, we're gonna, start to catch on to some things here. So let's go ahead and change him into something else. Let's change him into, let's do something drastically different that's not really along the fighter class here. Let's go mage. Let's change him into a mage here and see what happens. Okay, so he is now a mage. He has no face with the. It's almost like Vivi from Final Fantasy IX. It's the mage. It has no face. It's just a black black nothingness that's there. It's almost kind of like that. Okay, so now he's a mage type. Let's check out what he can quest for and what his possibilities. Okay, so it looks like it changed a little bit. We lost the sword ability here. So maybe it's a mixture of both the class and the character. I wonder. It's interesting though, because he lost the sword, but he has almost everything else there. No, he lost the helmet too. I think he had a sword and a helmet, a knight helmet he could possibly gain. But now he's a mage, he doesn't have the potentiality for that. So it might have to do... Maybe it's a mixture of both. It could be a mixture of both. Maybe both the knight and the class affect the possible rewards. I guess we need to compare two different knights with the same class. Two different knights with the same class. Yeah, I think let's try to find that. Let's try to do that today. Let's see what we can do. Let's put him back to fighter class, and or maybe we'll make two different fighter classes and see what that's all about. That might be a good idea. All right, so we're gonna change him back to fighter class. All right. Okay, so he is there. He is that. Let's check on the quests here. Okay, because there's the bar boot helmet, or the barbet helmet, however you say that. Then there's a single sword there, and so he gets those two things back, and he still has all those other options right there. So I think changing to the mage class had something to do with that, as far as what he was going to gain. But could the other things be specific to just him? Maybe. But definitely, let's check out another fighter, let's check out another bishop, let's look at the same characters and see if changing them changes everything else. So let's take a peek at that. So what is she? Enchantress? So Enchantress might be an easier one to find. Let's see if we can find that. Okay, so ruler... Prince Urbino might be very specific to his personality based upon the fact that he's just a ruler, and he's a bit of a... They make him out to be like a younger Vinard in a way. He's got the frost spells, he's got, you know, a bit of tankiness. You grow him... He's either like a younger Lance or a younger Vinard in a sense, but he's got the blue attacks and all that. So we got Paladin here, which we could probably do something with. Saint, a Knight, level 17 Knight, a Hunter. Pick, she's very specific, so I don't think she's going to help with this determination here. I think we have a few Hunters, actually. Wait a sec, we do have a few Hunters, so she's level 5. Okay, so she's level 5, so let's check some stuff out. I think we got Leonora here, who's also Hunter. Okay, great. Oh, that is beautiful. Okay, she's level 5. The other one, I think we're about dealing with the same kind of stuff here. Let's check out questing for her. So her quest is like a hauberk. It's just a piece of armor that she could get for her possible rewards. Okay, so that's her basic thing that she can do. Let's look at... Let us look at Elena. Okay, so she's still level 5, basically the same thing. Almost exactly identical. Let's look at possible quests. Okay, so it has something to do with your class. Specifically with your class. The same levels, both hunters, both possible rewards are both pieces of armor. Right? Now, let's change them into something else, and let's see... I mean, if we can, I hope we can change them both into something else and see if this kind of confirms some of that right there, okay? Let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to go ahead and change them into something. I hope we can class them into something else, because it'd be nice if we can definitely do something like that. Okay, let's go... Okay, let's go... I don't know if she's proficient with that. No, she's at 4. So she'll lose. Let's go Dancer. Okay, let's change to a Dancer. This is going to be really cool. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens. Alright, so now she's a Dancer. Let's check out the quest style of a Dancer. Okay, so it's a piece of armor. Alright, so doesn't seem to change much. Let's change her to a... Let's change her to a Lancer class. Okay. Elena is now a Lancer. Let's check out some questing options for her. None. None. She loses possible rewards going to Lancer class. Okay. Let's check out the other one here. Oh, we can't go to Lancer. Oh, man. Why can't we? Strength of 57. Okay. Let's go to... Okay, so she is that. Let's go to Dancer. Let's see if her outlook stays the same, because I really want to know. So she gets a basic piece of armor. Let's change her to... We'll perform the same experiment here. We'll change her into a Dancer class. And see if this does something. They might not be, but maybe some of them might be. I don't know. We'll have to look a little. We'll have to dig a little deeper. I just want to do some double kind of confirmations, maybe a triple confirmation, and we'll get some serious results here. But it might be specifically class specific. So it's looking like it's probably class specific. So it's still the same piece of armor she can get. If we change her into a... let's do a... Well, she was a hunter. Let's change her to a bard. Let's see what we get as a bard. So I'm guessing as you level up, based upon... It might be based upon the proficiencies you've gained as far as what kind of item you might be able to get. So you might have gone through some proficiencies, and questing might be a part of that. That may be why there's possibly some mixtures in there. I don't know. Let's look at this. Okay. Okay, so she had... Okay, so Bard goes to light armor and a light hat. Okay, but if you are a hunter or if you are a dancer, it looks like you're going to be getting some armor. Right? I think that's what we were looking at, right? Or maybe not. Maybe not a dancer. I think a hunter and... No, a lancer. A lancer looks like you lose. A lancer class, you kind of lose getting a specific thing. It seems so far, because I changed Eleonora to a lancer and there was no extra thing she could find. It was based upon what was set in that place you're going to go to as far as what you're going to find. So Lancer doesn't seem to have anything awesome so far. Maybe until you get to the next tier. That's possibly the case. Let's go back to Hunter type. And we'll see what this is. So, Jake Blixkin, thank you. Also level specific. It could very well be based upon that. So it could be based upon job and level. But I think it's either job and level or job and proficiency. But it could be level. So we'll have to like do a little bit of testing here and see what's what. You know? So, alright, so we have our armor back as a hunter. A monk does this. So let's see what we can change a monk into, because I want to see what specifics are for this, because we're not looking at levels that are like 10 or higher. We're looking at low levels and seeing what they get with their class changes. Now he might be proficient, and if he's proficient, it might carry this over. So if he's proficient, it could carry over his possible rewards. This is kind of what I'm trying to figure out. Is it level specific or is it proficiency specific? and I think we'll probably get a good heads up here as far as what is possible. So he has a proficiency bar there with a little M, little medal next to proficiency 5 with a little medal there. So he's got that. So he might carry over these specific things that it showed. It showed like a fist. It showed like a little piece of armor and a hat type. Let's change him into a mage, so we can see what we're gonna get off of this. So let's go ahead and do that. So he might carry over these possible rewards. You know, like if you're thinking it was a level, it could more or less specifically be tied to a proficiency. Of which, you know, the level type does also make sense. But I just want to know if it's specifically proficiency as far as what we're looking at, what we're trying to look for. So let's check out quests here. So he's changed. So, all right. So he's changed. He has the monster hat, which is like kind of a heavier piece of armor. It's I think it's called a bear boot, and it's also can be equipped by monsters. But he has a light hat, he has a staff, he has a robe, and he's got that monster bear boot hat, right? Does he have it with his previous one? I forgot if he does. Let's just change it back real fast and see, and then we'll try something else, and we'll see what else he gets. Okay, so he's back to monk now. Let's go back. Let's go. No, not. Sorry. Oops. Quests. Okay. So because he changed. Okay. So he changed from a monk into a mage, and he got a mage staff. He got a mage light piece of armor, and I think something else. And now we change him back to a monk, and he gets to keep the helmet. And he's got the light armor and the fist. So maybe proficiency let him keep the monster possible equipment, but he wasn't able to take over the light armor and the fist equipment because now he's not that monk class, he's a mage class. I wonder if that's a part of it. Let's change to a whole nother class. Let's change to a bishop class and see if he gets to keep that monster bear boot helmet, and he'll lose this armor piece, and he'll lose the fist equipment, and he might gain mage equipment again. Let's change him to a bishop class and see what happens there. So we'll go to a priest class. Well, I mean priest. This is what I meant to say. We'll go to priest here and see what happens there. What are you saying? If you want to test if it's specific, level specific, maybe change you to an enchantress and compare it to the other levels. That's a great idea. I think we'll go ahead and do that too. So he was a monk. Now he's a priest. Let's go and check out our quests here. So so the mage class got a staff, but the priest class doesn't get a staff. They just get a robe and a light hat, but he got to keep his monster specific bear boot helmet. So I think the proficiency lets him keep monster equipable equipment as far as possible rewards go. That might be proficiency specific, because I think maybe that's a part of the key there. If you gain a proficiency with something, you might get to keep one of those armor specific things that monsters can also equip, but your basic gear, as far as what you typically equip, like a priest would equip like a robe and a light hat, but they don't get the attack staff, it seems, or maybe they don't get that for their questing options. Whereas if I go to a mage, it's going to include the staff, whereas this one doesn't have the staff. Let's change back to the mage real quick, and we'll just double confirm that. So we'll change back to mage. Okay, we're mage now. Let's look at our questing options here. So right there, The staff is included, but it's not included with the priest. But the mage also gets the light armor for the mage and a light helmet for the mage, but he gets to keep the monster bear boot hat. So okay, so let's change him. I want to change him to one more thing just to see, and we'll go to Jiu and we'll check out Jiu real quick here. So he was a fighter class to start. Let's go to, or no, he was a monk to start, that's right. Let's go to barbarian. Let's see what he gets as barbarian here. Okay, now he's barbarian. He just gets that monster helmet. Barbarian, I don't know. We'd have to change somebody else that isn't proficient to a barbarian to see what they get as a barbarian, because if that's the case, then proficiency brings something over with you. So let's change someone into a barbarian here. Whoever we can change. I don't think we can change her. We might, you know, I think he's a little bit higher than normal. Yeah, he's a little bit higher than normal. I don't know if we could change her to barbarian. Okay, he's already proficient with this. I was hoping we could find a low-level knight. I don't think we're going to find a low-level knight here with that ability. I don't know if she could change. I don't think she could. She can't change a barbarian. Okay, we'll hold off on that idea for now. Let's go change Jiu into... Alright, so questing for Jiu is a monster helmet. Looks like almost everybody has like the monster helmet unlocked. And even Rubino does too. But he might be self-proficient, although he's very specific to his job class. Yeah, he is proficient, so I wonder if just having a proficiency gives you a monster helmet automatically. Blasticator, hey, how you doing? Yes, this is the Switch. This is the, it's only on Switch. I don't know if it's going to be on something else, but how you doing, Blasticator? We are checking out equipment, and to what degree do people get certain possible rewards for it? Like there's this middle area that shows this, like on Rubino here, it shows this core. That's his possible reward, plus a monster helmet, which I think some knights can also equip the monster helmet too. But it looks like Rubino's proficient, Grados is over, he's level 23, level 22 is proficient. There's a monster helmet on every single one of them, except for her. I don't know if she's proficient. She might be proficient. We're trying to figure this out. Like, why do people get what piece of equipment, and what's the reason for that? She is not proficient at level 5, so she can't get a monster helmet. It could have something to do with that. Okay, so she is level 5, but she's not proficient. She cannot get a monster helmet. Picks level 1, no monster helmet equipment. It could very well be specifically you gain 1 proficiency and you get a monster helmet equipment piece that you can possibly quest for. Ferric's proficient. Theodora, I don't know if she's proficient. Nope, she's not proficient. She's not proficient. Maybe it's a proficiency thing. Maybe proficiency levels will allow you to be able to get other types of quested pieces there. Although with the Temple Knight, I'm not seeing a monster helmet here. Maybe that changes as soon as you get to a new level, but then again, maybe it doesn't. Brendan's got a monster helmet, so maybe it upgrades to a monster piece of armor. And he's level 14. Let's see if he's proficient. Let's see if he's proficient here. Proficiency of 4. He's not proficient at his job yet, so it seems like he's proficiency at level 5, so he gets the monster helmet. But with her, nope, she's not even proficient at that too. So maybe that's out of the... Maybe that's an argument that's out of the... We can't put that argument in there. I thought that was possibly the case, but I guess not. Might be very specifically class specific, and it might be class specific based upon the type of job and proficiency. I'm thinking. Played the demo. This game is a little slower. A little slow for your taste. Oh, is it? You can speed it up. There's a way to speed it up. But it looks like for questing, it's based upon class. It's based upon levels too. And so it looks like that's the case as far as questing goes. A certain kind of class, and once you get over level 10, your outlook goes a little bit better. So let's go change Jew here. You know, I've been talking about that, and we'll definitely go and do this here. Let's go class Jew. Let's see what happens here. Actually, let's just go back. I just need to look at what she could possibly get right now, just to remember, just to visualize it. So it's an orb. It's an orb. It's light armor. It's a light helmet, and it's a monster bear boot helmet. Okay. So it looks like that monster bear boot helmet might be based upon... I want to say it's based upon level 5 proficiency, but some knights don't seem to have that. But most of them that have level 5 proficiency do have the option to get a monster helmet. So that could maybe be based upon proficiency and the type of class. You know? So let's look at Jew. So just remember this: core, light armor, light helmet, and the monster helmet. Okay, so that's her as a saint. Let's change her to some other things. Let's see what's what. So she can do pretty much every job, which is awesome. So let's go to Enchantress. This is still in the mage. This is still in the magic realm, so there might not be a lot of differences. But she might change it to a mage, get a staff included in her potential outcome because of what we've been looking at earlier. So this could possibly be the case. There's the staff, so she can possibly also find a wizard staff to fight with. So she gets that as well. So it looks like she gets an extra piece of equipment she might be able to potentially find. So it seems like jobs have a specific set of regiments as far as what you're going to find when you're going to go questing. So these are just the possible outcome rewards. The ones on the right for the destination are, you know, the possible other rewards you could find too. So it's added to the total pool as to what you can find. Okay, so now we know you're going to get an extra staff to find if you're a mage, right? So let's back out. Let's look at some other possibilities for her. All right, Jew is a great character to test this out on, I have to say. Dancer type. Let's see what we get as a dancer. So we're probably going to lose the staff. We might lose the light robe. I don't know. We'll see. I think they just get like a light piece of armor that isn't mage specific. So let's check that out. There you have it, right there. Light piece of armor, core. A core is something specific to her, it seems. I mean, it could have something to do with her gaining to that level. You know, I'm trying to figure out why is she able to get the core. The mage bar boot seems to have something to do with proficiency, I think. But then again, it's... Let's change her to a Lancer and see if she still gets to have that bar boot class, because I think she can do that too. So let's go change her to a Lancer, because it seemed like the Lancer couldn't get that monster bar boot helmet. I think I'm saying that right. If I'm saying that wrong, please tell me. So we just changed to a Dancer. Let's go to a Lancer. See what happens with that. Okay. She does get to keep it. But the Lancer class doesn't really get a lot of rewards. Lancers don't seem to. That core orb seems to be specific to Ju. Her character. It seems like that because I don't know why. But the Lancer class doesn't seem to get that orb. Maybe the orb is after you hit level 20. But then again, the Prince has the orb too. So maybe each knight gets a specific extra piece of gear that's unique to them on top of the classes. I don't know. What does everybody think? I'm still a little perplexing here. Like, why is she getting an orb? Why is this specific to her? I mean, she gets an orb. Rubino gets an orb. Kratos gets a fist glove, although he's a paladin. Maybe they all get one specific thing to their character, and everything else is job and proficiency specific. Let's change her to something else. So we did Dancer. Let's go to Hunter. Let's see what happens here. So yeah, we'll get into all the items and everything as far as what we're gonna find, questing and all that. We'll take over a castle, you know, with a few knights, and then we'll send like some of our best knights out on quests somewhere and see what we can see. So now we're Hunter. Let's go back. Quest. Okay, so Lancers, you know, they don't really get anything specifically. Lancers kind of get boned in a way. They don't really get like a specific extra possible piece of armor to get. Although I guess the Lancers are pretty powerful in a sense, but as a Hunter you get a kind of a piece of armor, you know. Could be specific to castles. Hey, Sero is hey, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Well, the castle's specific, I would have to think that it's based on the destination there. So I think the outcomes, when we're looking at the destination to find, I think that's specific to each castle. But I think when I'm looking at possible rewards, you know, that's specific to that knight and its job. So I think it has something to do with that. But we can move them to a different castle and see if it's based upon that too. So that's another good question. So let's move Rubino, who he has this orb, to a destination that has no orbs, you know. But the fact is too, like this doesn't show an orb here, although the forest and the hills show an orb. But a paladin is a knight class and doesn't really show. It could be based upon that too, but yeah, we have to test it out. So let's send him to a different castle and see if that is a part of the answer. Okay, but first let's change Ju to another type here, and we'll see what ends up happening. So she is a Hunter. Go to Bard. And I don't know if much is going to change. Maybe the light armor is going to change, or the heavier leather armor is going to change to a light robe, probably. So let's go ahead and check that out. Let's test that out. And we'll see. So there you go. The leather armor, or the hauberk, whatever that was, it's hard to tell, but it changed to a wizard robe and a light hat. So it looks like the possible rewards for individual knights pull from the pool of outcomes from the destinations. Yeah. So let's go ahead and send. So since Rubino is so very specific and he's a prince, it shows possible with orbs there. It could have to do that he likes the forest or he likes the hills in a questing perspective a little more. Let's send him to a place that doesn't have a core specific piece of equipment to find. And if that core shuts off for his possible rewards, then we know that where he's stationed helps with some of that as well. So we'll send him somewhere else. And I think this castle here, it's okay, so this castle here is showing, it's not showing any monster barb helmets. There's nothing here with what she's equipped with or what's in the Tillam Valley or the Plains of Delza. I'm not seeing that, and I'm not seeing a core. So let's send Rubino here, and if this changes, if he loses that orb possibility, then that orb was specifically set to that castle where he's sitting. If not, then it means Rubino specifically has the ability by himself, based upon either himself or his job, to gain a core. So we're going to find out real fast what's what. Okay, so he's just going to go there. He is going to be our test guy for that. We're going to send out some more troops over here. Last time I did this with, I did it with these two knights here. I beat the other army with just these two knights and another, I think Rubino was here too, so it wasn't like a very heavy team. I took like a mediocre team to go fight him. Got the win. So let's send someone else over here and we'll take him out. So I don't know. Anybody have any ideas as to who to send over to round out this team? But we'll send everybody else out on quests and we'll see what happens. So if you have an idea, let me know. Maybe we could send Knight Chiseler over there too, because I haven't used him yet. I think I was going to use Elena. I don't know if I got to use Elena. Maybe Pick. I don't know. If you have any ideas who to send over to do some of these fights, let me know, because we'll send a team over there. There's an okay team there on Lorenz already, but we could probably make it a little bit better. We could move Jack or Claus. You know, if you have any ideas, let me know as far as who to send over and all that. We have Leonora here, level 1 mage. Could be a little tricky. Probably could do it though. Yeah, I find this pretty fascinating. I think this might have something to do with proficiency. I don't know, although the Lancer looks a little bit different, you know? Lancer looks a little bit different in some sense, like they don't give you a lot of great, maybe you have to be a full-on, you know, fully highly leveled Lancer in order to, you know, gain a really good piece of equipment out of them. Of which case, I don't think we have any like final tier Lancers, but in order to try to confirm anything, it might be kind of hard. We could go back and forth and try to work that angle, but it could take some time. She's only level 11. I like Ariana. I like her look. She looks pretty good. Is there going to be anything? Okay, Temple Knight. Got Killing Slice. All units in a 1 hex radius. Grand Wave deals minor damage to all units in a 2 hex straight line, never misses. So this is going to be like, they're going to have their final tier to throw or to do their spear move. Oh, actually, I don't think it's a throw. It's basically you're just hitting 2 things in a straight line. It's kind of like a little Jin attack, you know? So it might inflict paralyze, so it seems like... Yeah, and here's the Fallberg. So some people ask me, where's the Fallberg? Is it gone? Is it gone? No, it's not gone. the final Lancer class, which would be called a Valkyrie in Grand Edition, is called a Royal Guard here, and you get Fallberg with the final Lancer class here. So you get Fallberg here, and yeah, it's here. But it seems only the Royal Guard can have the Fallberg. You know, you think it has great art style? Yeah. Oh, you're saying maybe send over a healer since the other two are already melees? Okay, Pedro, we'll go ahead and we'll do that. Yeah, I'd say the art style is really good. I like how they drew a lot of these characters. This guy, Brendan, this guy looks like a total badass. He's got the scar, he's got the spikes on his shoulder, on his metal shoulder pads. I mean, this guy looks good, you know, for knights, you know. This is how he kind of does. I like how you can just press L2 and R2 and just flip back and forth between them all. I think the art's awesome. I really do. So anyways, alright, we'll send over a healer. I think we'll send over... Let's send over Jew. I want to see what... Oh! Right... Oh, there... Okay, there we go. So is there any orbs over here? No, there's no orbs over here. We'll send Jew over here too, because Jew is going to come here and attack this castle, and Jew has an orb, like Rubino does, and if Jew takes this castle where there are no destination places to get a core at, and if the core disappears from her possibilities as far as what she can get on her personal level, then we know that it is castle specific. So that's a great idea. Let's do that. Alright, so we'll send you over. I think we could probably keep some people in places unless people have an idea as to where we should send some knights and all that. If you have ideas as to where we should send knights for better potentialities, better possibilities, let's please let me know. And we'll go ahead and do that. So we got those two moving over. I think we'll set her up with a pretty decent team here. So we'll set you up with no. I'm not going to take the goblins. I'm going to take a nightmare because nightmares heal, and I would prefer that. Can this happen? No, that can't happen. That could happen. All right, so Jew's coming over here with a pretty decent team. I have to say it's fairly decent, pretty well rounded. Should I do anything else? Maybe the sea serpent we could change, although maybe not. Maybe we don't have to. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do some summoning here. Or actually, before we do that, let's organize the troops. Let's see what we can fill up here. Maybe we can just put all the... Might be able to just do it like that, you know. So let's get some unicorns. We need to summon a lot here. We need to summon a lot. Now see, one thing that, if the developers are watching this, and I hope at some point they will, maybe they are, but if I press right, or I mean left, if I press left, like what the older Brigandine game did, is if you went too far to one side, you could press again, and it would flip you all the way back to the other side. And the same with up and down, would do that. That I would like to see come back here. Like if I press up here, I want the thing to flip me down, just because sometimes it's easier if I want to go to stock right away and I start here, I just press left. And if you can't do that all the time in a lot of games, you know, that would be something I would just like to see, because I think that'd be kind of interesting to have in the game. Okay, that's all we can really get. I think we're pretty much topped off. Okay, equipment though. Since we're not using Rubino, I wonder if having certain pieces of equipment affects the outcome of what you can get too. What if that's also the case? Let's go back. Yeah, let's go back and check out Rubino and see if take off his sword and see if that has something to do with it. Yeah, because I think you probably can equip new Brigandines. I have this feeling like maybe because it's showing number owned too, it's not just saying this is not a removable piece of equipment. It's showing that your hit points and all that and stats will go down if it's unequipped. It's saying you can't unequip it. Maybe that's just for the demo, or maybe that's specific, like only the rulers can equip it. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's go check out the quests for Rubino here. So he still can equip an orb, a core. Let's take off his wisdom helm. Okay, so having equipment doesn't seem to really change anything. Okay, there's no items or whatever. I think she's still... Okay, we're still set to that. That's good. Okay, we're gonna change her back to a saint. Hey Asex, I'm excited to see how the rulers will upgrade. It's sort of been confirmed from trailers they will somehow. Yeah, I believe so too. I really do. I really didn't doubt that, you know, specifically considering, you know, Lance as a prince turns into a king, you know, based upon conditions, and Drist turns into a super tyrant. So Drist has an upgrade at level 30 and Lance has an upgrade based on the storyline. Yeah, that's about it. But you know, it was just 2 in the original game. This game, everybody might be able to become something great, which would be really cool. I really do think that'd be really cool. So we're gonna end the phase here and see what we can get next time with some. We're gonna do some quests. Okay, so I've already seen this before though. Thanks for being here, everybody. And so what I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to set up a equipment video for YouTube, and you'll get to see this video later too for YouTube. Probably in a day or two I'll probably have this up. So we're going to set a attack phase, and we're going to do a bunch of questing here. So let's check out Rubino here. Let's look at quests. It is, or it might be specific based upon the castle. It changed from an orb, his possible rewards, over an orb, and not a bear boot helmet, but now it's a helmet and a sword. So it looks like if we, okay, so it looks like it could very well potentially be based upon the castles, what the castle gives, and what your job class can also help you with. So it might be job class specific and place specific, because Rubino lost his core ability, or his possible reward, to find a core, and now it's a ring, a helmet, and a sword. So you can find a sword and a helmet in the Plains of Delza, and you can find a ring in the Tilm Valley. So his outlook for finding it, or the status of that equipment shows there. So it looks like he has a better chance of finding good, you know, not bad, but, you know, decent swords and bear boots if he goes to the Plains of Delza, because now he cannot find a core, whereas before in the other castle where it showed you could find a core in one of those potential places, he cannot find it anymore here. So I think it does have a lot to do with their class and the destination as to where they're at. So it's based upon those two possibilities right there. And Ju moved over here, so let's see if there is a core here. There is. Oh, look, in the hills of Corel, there is a core ability to find, but her possible rewards don't include a core. So look at that. That is super interesting. So she has all the same outlook to find each and every place. She's got 2 arrows of outlook, and there is a core there, but it's not. So that might cancel that whole idea as to whether it is in a specific place or not. But then again, it might not. This is really, really interesting, I have to say. It looks like for this place, she doesn't have a good chance of finding a core. It looks like what she's probably going to find is a monster helmet, a monster gauntlet, a monster armor, monster ring, fangs of some kind, and monster heavy armor. Because the Temple Knight here, Ariana's here, she can find all these things here, so she can find more, but also possibly an axe. So that is really strange. This is really interesting here. What? I think it, so far the only thing I can gather right now is it's based upon where you're questing from and what kind of class you are. So let's go ahead and let's change Ju again. So if you want to reward the video, if you want to rewind the video and see what Ju could equip beforehand, we're going to change her to a whole bunch of more classes now and see how this all changes and what she can find. So remember what this all is, and or write it down or rewind the video, one of the three, and we'll change Ju through different classes and we'll see what happens. Okay, so she can find a fang, but she can't find the orb that she could beforehand. So let's go ahead and check that out, and we'll get some ideas. We will go into a battle, so we will see some of this stuff here. We'll see what happens. We'll change her from the cleric to an enchantress. And I think with going down in proficiency, because as a cleric she's the top level, she is I don't know if she is proficient here. I want to say she is, but I don't. No, she's not proficient. She's not proficient as a saint yet, but she is a saint, so she is in the 3rd tier as far as jobs go. We'll change her to an enchantress. We'll see if something changes here. That's so misleading. I wonder if there's a way to check the possible rewards of a knight can get from all castles. If it's not, it's something that needs to be figured out. I hope that it's not a random modifier. Like, oh, well, you could get out of these 10 items here, but we're going to only let you get out of these 3 items here. And so you got to kind of move around. I hope it's not that. I can't say for certain. This game has made a lot of very specific details, so that might not be the case. But let's check out her questing ability now and see if it's changed. So she still has the fang, she still has the ring, it still kind of looks the same. And she is now a mage. So as a mage, we would think that she should also gain a staff. Being an enchantress here, I see no staff. I see no staff added to this list. Ariana has like a huge list of things she can get. She can get 7 pieces of equipment. But as we were going through those class changes, if you went from a priest to an enchantress, you gained the light armor options and you gained a staff. Maybe it has to line up with what you are based upon what you're getting from that destination. Maybe some of that's a part of it. I don't know. Let's change her to something else. Let's change her to a dancer. Let's just keep changing her to a whole bunch of different things and see what we can figure out, because I am thoroughly confused as far as what's going. Okay, so now she's a dancer. She gains an extra piece, whereas when she was an enchantress, I didn't see her get any extra armor, but now she has some, like, it's not light armor, it's medium armor. It's like a basic leather piece of armor. It's like, it looks like a fighter class armor. So she's getting something because it is here too. Maybe certain places you can't get certain pieces of armor. Maybe that's the case. If it's also a possibility in the place you're going to gain it, you also gain a possibility here. But if you are a specific job, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to find that specific job armor as a possible reward for yourself. Oh. The same possibility rewards at each castle since they are similar level. Brendan and Shizzler, that's a great idea. So move Brendan and Shizzler, move them to different castles. Okay, we'll do that. So Brendan's going to attack here. So Brendan's coming over to this new castle that we're going to attack. So we're going to look at that, and we're going to find a castle that's different from that, and then we're going to send Shizzler to the opposite castle and see what's going on with that. But I do want to class her into something else. See, I thought that as an enchantress she would gain a staff as something that she could find too, but you can't there at this castle, at this specific castle. Let's go to Bard. See what happens here. This is some real interesting detective work we're doing here, isn't it, everybody? This is real interesting. So Bard, she lost her ability to find the medium armor as a Bard. She lost it. She still has all these other options though, which I think all these other options are because of this castle that we're at. I think it has specifically to do with this castle because there's a medium helmet. She has a possibility for medium helmet. There is a medium gauntlet there's a monster gauntlet. There's monster gauntlet. There is monster leather armor. There is monster leather armor possibility on Tillium Valley. There is a monster ring on Shine Strait. She has potential for that. There is a fang piece of attack mouth guard there for dogs, and that's on the Shine Strait, as is on her stats too. And there's a heavy monster armor on the Chilean Strait, and it's on her possibility too, but she lost her medium fighter armor as a bard, of which it would have been a possibility on the Hills of Corral. Okay. Let's go class her into Hunter. So only shows you what you can get from the current castle. It could be due to that, and it looks like it's due to that and the job. And job specific. I mean, it could be also based upon proficiency, but it definitely is looking like it's based upon the place you're at and the type of job you are. Because some jobs can get it, another piece of equipment, and some jobs can't. Because we're just looking at this here. Now as a bard, she can get that human medium, you know, fighter armor now, whereas before the other job she couldn't, and we didn't move, we didn't do anything. So it looks like the job is specific to that, as is the place. So job and place will depend upon what you can get. And does that mean that she couldn't get a piece of item from the Hills of Corral? I don't know, but it looks like what it's saying there is, more specifically, you will probably get one of these 7 pieces of gear going on a quest. And it'll be dependent upon where you go. Like, if I send her to... Because look, it shows level star and class X. Class doesn't matter. So this is another piece of the clue here. So based upon your level and your class doesn't matter. It's showing right there, class does not matter for that. When I look at these other options here, maybe that just means you're gonna you could class up with this. That's that's probably the case there. Let's check this out. Let's move here. No, it's not the case. Or else you could look at that. Wait a second. Oh, that's different. Class up. Your class can help with this. Class doesn't matter here. Class does help with this. Class doesn't matter here. Class isn't... I guess it's not going to be as good here. I'm trying to figure this one out. What is this? That is interesting. Outlook determines rarity or the chances to get higher rarity. Yep. But look at this. See how the class has an arrow with an up here if we go to Tillam Valley with Ariana? Versus if we just look at Chilean Strait. Class is X. Basically means doesn't mean anything. It's not applicable. Class has no influence on this here. On sending her to Chilean Strait. But it does have an influence if I send her to Tillam Valley. Her class will have an influence on that. So, do you see how this is just kind of moving around? It could be because her class is... Because of her class, she has better probability of getting it. That's probably... I guess that's a part of how it's influencing it. You know, because we get the extra little yellow arrow there. So that does make sense. I don't know why this shows down and down. Maybe certain places, training grounds don't work for certain nights. Because her level doesn't matter anymore, but her class could be affected. So training grounds actually are specific to certain castles, maybe based upon certain levels or certain I guess it's based on a certain class. So hunter class here is pretty good. Let's change Jew over to a Lancer type. This is super interesting. This is super interesting. Hey, Frost, how's it going? We're figuring this all out as far as what you can get and where you can get it, you know? As far as equipment goes and items and questing and all that. We're just looking at the bare bones basics, and we're trying to get a good understanding as to what's going on. So if we set her up, okay, so it's up for Lancer here. Class is not... That can't be the case. I'm sorry, A6, but that might not be the case. Because although her outlook is up here, her class shows a down arrow there, whereas before it was an up arrow. You know, the outlook has 3 arrows. Before with a hunter, it was the class showed an up. Now, as a Lancer, the class is showing down. It's not X, so it's not like it doesn't matter, but it does kind of matter, but it's not as good. Because usually, like, if you're thinking about, like, can a Wyvern, you know, how's my accuracy going to be determined? Well, a Wyvern has an up arrow for attacking air creatures, but a down arrow for attacking ground creatures, because it's more proficient for hitting flying things. Whereas if we're looking at like a Griffin or something, it's better at hitting ground things, but not as proficient as hitting up, you know, flying things, which is why like a Phoenix would have like a up arrow for hitting ground creatures and a down arrow for hitting flying creatures, because it's more proficient at hitting certain types of creatures. Now, but this is interesting because we just changed this. Before, as a hunter, she had a class with an arrow up. As a hunter, now as a Lancer, she has a class with an arrow pointing down for trying to get a reward from Talon Valley. So this is super, super interesting. The class isn't high enough. Okay, so the class isn't high enough. So her class, so she has to be a certain type of class. Her class has to be high enough to be very proficient here, right? As a hunter, it is. Although as a hunter, I don't know if she has a huge proficiency. Let's look at this as far as what she has. As far as this proficiency as a Lancer is set to 0. Okay, let's change her back to a hunter. Let's see how this looks, and we'll see if her proficiency change, and we'll try to figure some of this out here. Proficiency of 0, so she has no proficiency as a hunter either. But if we look at her questing options here, and we're gonna send her to Talon Valley, it's an X. It's an X there. Okay. So I guess it probably is a part of it. It could very well be a part of it, you know? But it shows down, whereas this is X. X basically means it... there is no effect, you know? That's basically what X means. It means there's no effect. Oh man, this is kind of fun to try to figure out and determine, you know? You get a star if level over 20, arrow up if over 10, and arrow down under level 10. Yeah, Lancer is the right class for Talon Valley. Outlook gets better when you get higher tiers in Lancer Line. Oh, ooh, that's pretty... Okay, so I guess that's the case. I guess that's the case here. So we've got nothing good looking there. So it looks like a hunter for training grounds here is the right kind of class. So if you really want, so here's the thing. This blows my mind. This is gonna make so much sense as you're playing the game. You want to level up your hunter. You send them to this castle right here, because this is the right class for this castle for training grounds experience, and you keep doing it over and over and over again if you want to level up a hunter, an archer, or whatever, and then you're going to be able to have that. Now, other things, other classes are going to be based upon if you want to go out questing for other things as well. So if you have the right kind of class for Tillam Valley, which a Temple Knight is the right kind of class for valleys, it might be the right kind of class for other things as well. But so far with Ariana as a Temple Knight, she has the right kind of class. She has the right kind of, I guess, level. But if you send a Temple Knight to the training grounds here, you are not going to get as good of a reward for experience. It seems from what I can tell. Because if I send Ju as a hunter for experience here, she has the right kind of class, right? So this could be a better outcome if you send a hunter to this place for training grounds, but it'll be different for other things. So a Temple Knight will have a good reward for gaining equipment out on a quest in a valley. So if a castle has a valley place to go to, you want to bring your Temple Knights there so they can go out and find those pieces of equipment out there. That's what I can get out of this. But each castle specifically will cater to a particular kind of class, as the hunter does in the training ground here. Let's change her back to something else, and let's change her to a lancer, and we'll see if this is also part of it. So let's change her to a lancer kind, and see if this, like, maybe this might double confirm this too. So we have two lancers here. Well, we have a Temple Knight, which is level 11, then we have Lancer, which is basically level 0 or level 1. So we'll go and we'll look at the quests here. We'll click on this. So the training grounds, or maybe it's specific to her. So now it shows up here. That's down. Okay, now I'm thoroughly confused. What is going on here? I thought we figured it out. Now she's a Lancer, she's in the same class. Going to Tillam Valley, and it's down. It shows a level with a star, which means star means good. I guess when she gets to, maybe she has to get up to the next level in order for that to be good for her. This looks really specific. Training grounds is the worse the higher level and class you are, since you get less benefits versus like level 1. Oh, okay, okay. But I'm still pretty confused now. Now I'm like even more. Like, what? Set to standby. Alright, so I'm trying to figure out some other stuff here. How do you get back to... How do you... Oh. Okay, I want to take her out of questing. How do I do that? Press Y. Set to standby. I don't know what this does. No. Can you get her out of... Oh, okay. If you hit Y, it will take it out. Okay. Okay, clicked on her. Alright, there we go. Yeah, so Y is set to standby. Okay. Oh, man. Okay, so this seems to be a little more complex than just the basics. Than I thought it would be easy to figure this out, but it's a little more complex than that. I guess it will tell you whether it's going to be good or not for them. Based upon that, I guess the higher you are, it's not going to be very good for ground experience. It could be based upon certain types as far as where you go, as far as how it's going to be class specific, which it does seem to show that, but I don't know. I feel a little confused by some of this. Let's change her to a hunter type. I want to look at this again. So, I'm going to change it to a hunter type. We're going to try to see a couple things. Okay, class goes up as a hunter. So this is a good one to start here. So I'm guessing from this place right here, this castle specifically, is actually good to train as a hunter from the start. Okay? We can get those kinds of pieces of equipment there. Let's change over to a bard. So this one is a good class level up here as a bard. What are we getting here? Getting those kinds of equipment. Okay. Let's go to dancer. Yeah, it does seem that way. It's not going to be as proficient going in with middle tier here. So this is down level and class for a knight and a temple knight. But as a low-level dancer, it seems to have, you know, you got some good proficiency gaining here. So I guess it's... maybe it's not specific for each castle as far as like what you get as far as gaining experience goes. Maybe that's not the case. Okay, we're gonna go to Enchantress here. Okay, so it seems as if you're in a low tier levels, level doesn't really seem to matter, but your class will go up pretty well in a training ground. So it seems like training grounds is really kind of for the level up to level 10, and you can also use it up to level 20, but it's not going to be as good as leveling up to level 10. So it's not going to be as great, but it's still good to basically use this for throughout level up to level 20. As far as rewards go, it seems like her level is a part of why she has these outlook stars there, or the outlook arrows there. Class is not specific. Okay, let's go and trade that up and move into... Let's move into the Cleric type, which is already at Saint. So this is going up a few levels here. All the way up to her best proficiency. We'll check that out. So it really has nothing to do with her being a Saint. It's basically her level outlook is what's giving her... Her level is what's giving her proficiency there. And I wonder if you can send her to training grounds. I guess you can, but it's not showing like a down arrow, it's not showing an up arrow, it's showing X. So for questing to there, if we quest to the training grounds, it's not very proficient. I don't know if she's going to get experience. She might get experience. We might have to send her to a training ground just to see if over 20 can get experience through the training grounds, but she might not. Maybe her monsters will. Because, you know, all the monsters will now all that level up as you put them into the training ground. So maybe she won't get any experience at all, or maybe she'll get very, very little experience. But we'll have to test this out too, because I kind of want to know if you can level up level 20 characters and beyond as a way to do this. It might not be very proficient, but it might be a way to do it, you know? Okay. I think... Alright, so... Okay, so Brendan's coming over here. So as you were asking earlier, we're going to go ahead and do that. Brendan's coming over here, and we need to find out what you can find here, which is a plethora of things. So we've got a lot of monster rings, we've got a cup, we've got an item, we've got just a ton of stuff. I don't know if we're going to find another place that doesn't have all these things. Let's go find a place that just has an orb, maybe? Or something like that, and see if that's based upon it. So far I'm getting the idea that it's based upon location and job. If your job lines up with the location, you might find those pieces of equipment. I think that's the case. Okay, so there is a chalice here. there was claws, sword, helmet. I don't know if this is the best place. Okay, so this place has an orb, but it has like a light armor piece. Does the other one have a light armor piece too? It does not. It has a heavy armor piece. And it has a monster basic middle tier armor piece. It has no orb. Alright, so we'll send well, wait, no, Shizzler's already here. Okay, so he's already here. Let's see what he can possibly get, because he's a knight. He's level 17. He can get a monster helmet. So as a knight, that's really all he can get from here, based upon where we can send him and his basic job level, right? So you could, but XP per week would take forever. It might, Jake. Yeah. It might be an okay way to do things based upon the fact that you might have a bunch of knights you don't really know what to do with and are just sitting around. Maybe send them on a training grounds quest if you want, or send them out to look for something, like if they're better off with that. But right now it looks like all he can really get here is this helmet right there, you know? So this monster helmet, what are we going to potentially get over here? So there is a monster helmet here too, but there's no orb here. There's a few other things too. They're both knights. If this is the case, we attack this place, we take it over, and all he can really get is a monster helmet. I would think he could probably be able to get like the heavier armor here, and the heavy and a sword, maybe a chalice, and maybe an item. You might be able to get more here than there. You know what we'll do? We'll switch the two knights. We'll go there. We'll do the attack. We'll see what happens. What he can get here. We'll switch the two knights, and if it's the same exact thing, based upon a knight, you know, status, then we're gonna know. It's based upon job class, and it's based upon location. Location, location, location. It very well could be the thing we got to think about here for this game here. So yeah, I think he's proficient. I don't know if Brendan's proficient. Let's see if Brendan's proficient here. He might be. He's 4. Okay, so we have to work on getting Brendan proficient here, so we can have the same exact look. And so we'll send Brendan over here. We'll get the battle. We'll make him proficient in the battle, and after the battle, we'll switch the two knights, same exact guys. If it shows the same results in both cases, we know what's going on here, okay? Got Elena up to level 7 in 8 weeks, or just go... Wow, that's pretty good. Alright, so we're going to try that. We're testing out some stuff. Alright, is Ju up to... Okay, so she's Saint again. Let's go and let's do some battle here, everybody. Okay, let's... Oh, yeah. Let's quest him out. Let's do that first, or we forget. Alright, let's do some quests here. Oh, wait a second. No, I don't want to do the whole thing. Let's do specific things. I don't want to do experience right now. I just want to look for a piece of equipment. So... Oh! What if this is also a part of it too? You see how he can only His possible rewards are a monster or a knight barboot helmet. The Arran Forest doesn't show that you can get it there. He's got the same outlook on both locations, right? 2 arrows. But the Arran Forest doesn't show the barboot. The Hills of Corral do. So if I send him to the Hills of Corral, he might get a helmet. But if I send him to the Arran Forest, he might not get anything. What should we do? Should we send him to the Arran Forest to see if he comes back with nothing? Or if we should send him to the Hills of Corral to see if he actually gets that helmet? What does everybody say here? Because it only shows 1 possible rewards. And it seems like the Hills of Corral is going to be a place where he will get something, but he might not get anything at all going to the Arran Forest based upon what it shows on his personal scale of possible rewards. Maybe this game is basically saying, hey, combine the right kind of knights together to get more rewards and send them to places to have a better outcome. What if it's kind of doing that? You know, I'm kind of wondering if that's sort of the case here, which it could be. So if we, you know what, to try this test, if that's the case, then I have to send him to the Arran Forest, and he probably won't come back with anything, because his only real possible reward was a bareboot helmet for a monster or a knight, of which you can find in the Hills of Corral, but you cannot find in the Arran Forest. So we're going to send him to the Arran Forest here, and if he comes back with nothing, that might also help confirm some things here. Possible rewards doesn't show any possible rewards. So if I send her to either location, she might not come back with anything either, but she might. I don't know. So let's send her out and see what ends up happening. Pick has possible rewards of pretty much anything on both of these places. So let's go for... let's go... Okay, so this one is a class down versus a class X. So I think a class down might be better than a class X as far as this goes. Let's send her to the Arran Forest. Maybe we'll get something. But definitely make note of Shizzler. Make note of Shizzler. If Shizzler comes back with nothing, oh really? Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay, so we're gonna send, just make note of Shizzler. We're gonna pause this when it's Shizzler's turn. If he comes back with nothing in his hands, it's because he was supposed to go to the Hills of Corral in order to get a barboot helmet, of which that would have rewarded him with it, versus going to the Arran Forest, which might not give him anything. So it could be based upon the jobs, your class, and possibilities and outlook. So we'll see. Okay, so I'm gonna send her because it shows possible rewards is a leather piece of armor, and it shows leather piece of armor in Hills of Corral. So Theodora and Shizzler, make note, if Theodora comes back with what she's supposed to and Shizzler comes back with nothing, this might confirm that. And Ferric too. I'm gonna send him out to Hills of Corral. So I'm sending them to where they can actually get their pieces of equipment. And Shizzler, I'm sending to a place where he can't. So I don't know if it's restrictive or if it's a possible extra, but we're going to do some tests tonight. We're going to find out a decent percentage. You know, this might confirm it or it might give us a better understanding as to what is a better probability as to what can happen. So that's my train of thought here. So that's what I think we're going to try to go for. Rubino. So Rubino. Cannot send a leader on this quest. Why? Can send Rubino to training grounds. away. You know, it's interesting. He has a better outlook going to the Plains of Delza, but his the Plains of Delza rewards do not match his possible rewards. So he might have a better outlook. He might not get anything. So remember Claus, remember Shizzler, and remember the other two knights that we talked about earlier. I'm going to send him here where it doesn't show his possible rewards match the Plains of Delza, but his outlook is the best comparatively to the other one. He's all the way up to yellow arrows. So we'll send him here, see what happens. Make note of this. Maybe if on YouTube, watch this a few times, and we can probably try to put some things together here. So it looks like we have a good chance of finding a monster equipment here, a sword and a bear boot, and I think that's about it here, but his outlook is better here too. So we're going to go to Plains of Delza there, so I think we quested everybody. I think we're done with that. Let's end the phase. Let's move on here. Let's do the attack. So yes, everybody, we will get to an attack today, but today was specifically about items and equipment, and I think we're gaining an understanding as far as how that works. It's basically a mixture of your class, your knights, and where you're at, and what they have a better proficiency in as far as location and how that outlook looks. And yeah, it's based on location and your job class system, and different castles are going to give different kinds of locations, so it's going to be really interesting. Alright, let's go ahead and do the attack here. This is going to be really cool to see what ends up happening, but we do have to get we do have to get Brendan up another level, so we're going to try to get a leader kill with him, and so he's going to front line a bit, and we're going to have some fun with that. So let's get on with it. See, what I'm saying is, if the developers watch this, one thing I liked about a lot of the other games, I think it's even in the Grand Edition too, if I press this button over, which the camera might be changed, but if I press to my left, it's going to go to my left. Press right, it'll go right. I want to press over right one more time, and it flips back to the other side regardless, because I don't know, I like that in games. It's, it would be nice. That would be a nice little extra thing there. My name is you. I'll show you what our country's greatest priestess is capable of. Now ready yourself. You will claim this victory in the name of Gustava and the Emperor. Alright. Okay, so another thing that I did show in another video is if you hold down the L2 button, you can see, you can see the color of your characters and such. And so seeing as how they are, kind of a black color or gray color, whatever, they kind of outline them within their color scheme. But what I would like to see is actual colorblind filters, because I mean, you might say that's good, but some games are really hard for me to see in, and some games I just stop playing because I'm like, I can't see the enemy in the dark, you know, and everybody's like, oh, you should be able to see it. I'm like, yeah, no, I can't see them, so I don't know what the hell's going on, you know. And this is a nice touch, but I would prefer some actual filters, you know, included in the game. That would make it, I think it would make it very, I mean, a lot of modern games are doing that, you know. Like there was what was it, Advanced Warfare. I had a hell of a time seeing it. Even in Black Ops 3, I had a hard time seeing enemies, you know, and I couldn't see where they're at half the time, you know. You see a pair of glowing eyes, and then there has to be something else to those eyes, but, you know, I couldn't see anything else. So the reason it's not a big deal in the older games, because everything is literally flooded with one color or another. Now with more modern games, like things are, you know, there's a lot of different varying colors they put into stuff, and there's some games I just can't see what's going on, and I had to just tell them, well, I can't play this game. I can't see the enemy, I can't see where it's going. Like, I think beforehand I had a wyvern in the water, and I couldn't see him for a second, and it kind of, I messed up because I was like, oh, I guess the goblins can't go in the water, and I just didn't see the wyvern in the water. I just put it there, you know. So I mean, I would prefer to have like actual colorblind filter, because they do that with a lot of new games. Like the new Modern Warfare game has like all the filters in it, and I can actually see like a lot of what's going on there. So that's just something I'd like to probably see in there, because, you know, just if you hold down the L2 button, you can kind of see it, you know, them based on their colors. Like if I do that, but, you know, if they're all together from like this angle, to me it looks like a big blob of blue. So I'd prefer them to actually do like the actual filters for that. I know that they try to explain, oh, this is how you do this. You just press this and you can see this. That's why I'm playing full screen now. If I'm playing with like how I'd have it set up to watch in my recording system, it's on a smaller screen, and it's even harder for me to see what's going on. But if I play full screen like this, it's a bit easier, but still, it really would depend on your size of your screen and all that. I just think that'd be like a really big improvement, you know, a really cool added thing to it. And I know not everybody is, so not everybody's going to be like, oh yeah, I totally agree, but it would be a nice helpful thing, because like if I play the Grand Edition, hardly any problems at all. Just, but if I put, you know, I got other stuff moving around, I put him in a blue, I got a bunch of other stuff there, he'll just like, if there's a lot of water, those wyverns will just phase out for me. Oh, and if you want to speed up the game too, L2 holds this down and does this to see the, you know, yourself as your full color, your allies, your enemies, and in R2 you hold that down and you move really fast. So if you're like, the game's slow, well, hit R2 and you can speed it up, and there you go. There's really fast gameplay right there. You're like, what happened? What happened? Plane station R2? Actually, it's, well, for the Nintendo here it says ZR, of which that doesn't make it. It should just be R2. It's this button here. Press that and they go super fast. You're like, you know, they're just freaking out. You know, they got a lot of caffeine. You press it again and caffeine fell off. Or something, but everything goes way faster when you press R2. You saw how fast the battle was. It's insanely fast. Of which I don't know if I press pause. Let me press Hit back out, press pause, go to options here. I don't know if guide is going to bring me to a whole guide here. Looks like it does give me some ideas here. Oh, that's just a guide. Tips. I don't really want a tip. I want to change the settings. Attack animations on. Show hexes. I'm going to try and turn this off. Camera. Inverted. No, just leave that. Show guides. Check standby troops on. Confirm end phase on. Observe enemy battles. I like that. Display events. Yep. Subtitles. Yeah, there were more options with the older game, it seems. Wait, what's this other option here? Let me look at this. Current state of battle. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, that was another thing that you could do too. I could go to auto. We could do that. What about select units will no longer... Wait. Units with no action commands will be set to standby. Make sure you want to connect. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Is that a PDF? Yeah, I believe this is a PDF. It's a pretty cool one. They have an extra couple buttons down here, but sometimes I'm playing, I accidentally press it, and one is X and one is B, and it messes me up. So I guess it depends on which game I'm playing. If you could tell me, Blastcater, how I can set this up, because I can't seem to be able to program the buttons in I want. You know, I want specific buttons to be programmed in here. And I can't seem to do that on this Nintendo Switch controller. Because I tried to look in the section where I'm looking in my settings section, and it says not map. For the mapping section, it says cannot map. So I don't know if there's a specific better way to do it. I like how the centers turn around though, based on how you're facing. That is a good. I mean, they do that in Grand Edition, but not this detailed. They just turn left or right, really. Yeah, I'll have to look at that. I thought it was right in the... I thought it was right in the game. I thought I could go into the settings. Like, you go into PlayStation settings, and you can literally change any button to any button you want. If you go into the options there. Nintendo Switch is... I don't know if... I went into the settings area, and it just said not mappable. I couldn't find any other information in there. And PlayStation has a lot more commands. Okay. Okay, so we got a breath attack here. Did they do an update with that? That's awesome if they did. I hope they did. We could do a Divine Ray and take this thing out. Wow, down to 60%. Okay, we'll heal him up. I kind of want him to get out of the way right now. Okay, we're going to start with some defense here. We'll get some defense going with that. Good stuff, good stuff. We got that going there. I think we need to bring this a little bit closer here. Very good. $34. Oh no. Oh no. The Genofrost too. Is that a Balmont? I think that's the Balmont there, yeah. Yeah, they got a bomb. I don't think I'm gonna be able to kill that Balmont right now. That Balmont is just gonna. It's. Whoa. Well, they fricasseed my wyvern. Oh, cool. Why turns that on and off? Oh no, I didn't want to stand by. Oh, I messed up. I totally messed that up. It's funny because they have a bunch of dogs, a a bunch of dogs and a Balmont pretty much guarding them. Nothing, besides Balmont, nothing seriously that amazing there. Nothing seriously that amazing. It's not super amazing, really. The Balmont's about it. They do have some magic. I'm gonna have to play our area healing card here. He shielded it. Offensive skill, shield. Whoa. Okay. Good, he moved out of the way. Okay, so to get him in play, as far as area heal goes, I want to get him over here. We got A. Got A over here. That's how we're going to play this. Okay, alright, I got an idea here. Got Centaur, we're going to move him in too. Nightmare, I think Nightmare could probably stay there for now. Alright, so we're going to start with you. Snakebite, kill the ghoul. Put the wyvern on top. Get a heal. Alright. Oh, what's going on here? What's the name of a sitcom? Bunch of dogs and a Balmont? Is it? No. No. Well, in a way. Seinfeld kind of stole the show there. You know, he was the Balmont and everybody else was the dog. It was about just him, really, you know? The pilot's name was a bunch of dogs and a Balmont. I can't believe it. Okay. Well, I really can't take down... They have so much magic left. It's insane. I don't know if I'm going to get to him. Oh, he's out. Oh, okay. He can't Holy Word. He can't nothing anymore. He can't nothing. Alright, so we've got... I could probably go hit Ginger a bit. I think I could probably do that. Yeah, that's that might be pretty good there. I mean, I want to hit the Balmont, but I feel like I'm gonna just take a massive amount of damage. I'm not really gonna hurt him very much. I'd rather just hit her right now. You know what I mean? Just hit her for a bit. Oh, and Brendan needs to move forward and do some damage, so he's gonna just sit right there. Okay, Mr. Centaur, we need you to... I don't know what we're gonna do with Mr. Centaur. I think we're gonna... Could try shooting the dog, I suppose. Can we get a crit, please? Cross your fingers for a crit. Ah, if we got a crit, he would have been dead. Okay, we're just gonna go for area heals right now. She could have killed off my wyvern, but she didn't. She could have killed it off. Yeah. She chose not to. It was like, I choose not to kill off that wyvern there. Little spank. She spanked me. Just a little bit. Interesting. We might as well try. I mean... Oh! Okay. Blue peel there. Alright. Hope they take my bait. He went back! We got a counter kill. Dude! I finally I completed that challenge of counter kill. Yeah! Woo! It worked. That took like forever. That only took all a year. Maybe more than a year. Oh god, that took a long time. Alright, so Brennan's going next. He needs to level up. Mr. Snaky could do... I don't know what Mr. Snaky could do. Okay, we're gonna go over... We're gonna save our team. You know? She is going to do a... Halo. Mr. Brendan over here. Nobody really needs that. Just wait there. Since we're in the water, we are going to give some aqua splash to this little dude over here. It's gonna give him. We're gonna give him some water, you know. Okay, so Brendan's got a full-on I will hit move here because of Halo. Halo guarantees a hit, and I'm getting a leader kill too with a Halo. So we're gonna see how high he goes. So before we do this, just before we do this, let's press X to check him out. Let's see what his experience is. So he's at 748, I guess. He he levels up. It's, I guess he has that much more to go. He's at 748 experience. He's getting a haloed kill on a leader here. We're going to see how much that gives him, and he'll probably get a level off this. If not winning the battle, he'll probably get a level that way too. So Brendan's going to move over here. He's going to go and knock out the sorceress, Ginger. I can't move, brother. 1404 experience. So he leveled up. So 1,400 experience. He leveled up. He's proficiency of 5. We can switch some of these knights. We can check some of this stuff out for equipment, and we probably have a pretty good idea, pretty good understanding. Let's see what happens here. Now the level up for a knight, he only gained 1 strength, which is, I don't know, maybe that's the new way they're doing it. You're only getting 1 or 2 strength half the time. You're not getting, you might have to get your strength off of questing for items more so. I'm not seeing a lot of really good stat growth. Either that or just I haven't got lucky right here with that. But yeah. Max proficiency tier reached. You can now carry over your magic and certain skills after a class change. Alright, great. So we've got... you're basically done. It's going to get you into play here. Magic heal. Could heal up our... Who should we heal? I guess heal up the Lizard Guard here. Little Spank Me. Now that's the name of something else. Possibly Pedro. Yes. I don't know. Alright, so just to get another kill, we're going to get them out of the battle. I'm not really worried about much else. Oh, man. Dog's evasion's pretty good. Just saying. Did she run out of magic? Oh no, we're going to lose our Lizard Guard here. Silent? You silenced Jew? No way. No way, she's silent. She cannot cast spells. Well, you're totally out of magic. I mean, the demon kind of is too. I'm just going to go in there and bum rush you now. You're not going to be able to handle this. We could get him up another level 2, but I'd like to level her up, you know? It's kind of evasive, you know? Swing, you hit with your musical instrument. That's pretty cool. They did that in Battle Brothers. You could hit with your lute as a minstrel. If you were a minstrel, you could take your lute in a battle and hit with it, and you'd break it over their head, and it would stun them for a turn. But you broke your weapon in the same way. So, you know, it was good. It was funny. It was comically funny, but you'd break your weapon at the same time. That dog is super evasive. That dog is super evasive. Roar. 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 Oh, run away. Gotta run away. Oh, man. Well, since she's a mute, we'll have her go fight. I don't know what else to do with her right now. Heavy swing. It's not heavy spank. It's heavy swing. You know, it should have been changed for the dialogue to super spank for a saint or something like that. I don't know. Maybe that's not right, but I don't know. I miss the whip. The Enchantress is having the whip. The love whip. You could possibly charm an enemy when you get hit with the whip. I loved the Enchantress is having a whip in the Grand Edition. I have to say, I really like that. Can I breath attack all the way through to them? Okay, let's put it north so I can actually get a better field of reference here. Okay, Brendan's kind of in the way. Oh, no. Oh, man. I didn't want to do that. There we go. Might as well take the unicorn, stab the old evil demon here with the horn, and get some experience. I'm gonna heal up Mr. Wow. This will heal him up. You know, just kind of lucky with the stats. Maybe check Brendan's growth graph. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's do that. That's a good idea. Growth rate is a D. Well, I guess that solves that. I guess that solves that. So how are some? So how is Ariana? How is her? Okay, so her growth is a B. So she's going to be pretty good for her rune power, but her growth rate's a D, so she's about as good as he is with that. Oh wait, she's a, or he's a C, and she's, yeah, she's better. Command range, so this is 3. Command range is 3, so she's going to become better than Brendan will be. As far as, like, you know, being able to get wider command, you know, the growth and the growth rate. That's a great question, and I think what that basically means, I think they should retitle this a bit. Growth is for your area of control. Growth, you know, so your blue ring or your green ring or whatever your rune area ring is for your ability to command monsters. Right now it shows he's at 3, so he can control 3 with around him of monsters fairly easily. And growth rate apparently is your leveling rate. So I think that's basically what it is. But I think if they want to retitle that, I think they should probably retitle it leveling rate, or something like that, and then maybe growth could be area of control growth. Isn't that how it is? Growth rate is how fast you level up. Yes. Growth is how much rune power, magic pool you get when you level up. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, that's the case. Yeah, I think they could retitle this a little bit, because it does look a little confusing. Even to me, it looks, sometimes I just, you know, what are they? You know, I think they could retitle this a little bit better there. That would probably be a thing. What am I looking at here? I got just him to go. Okay, let's move in here. I don't think I should really attack with him at all. I think he's kind of done. Go over here. Iona's troops retreated. Okay, so for her, is she proficient with her? No, I don't think she's proficient with this yet, but we might be able to get a kill off this. I don't know. Look at this! You stand in a castle. So I'm moving my centaur to hover over the standing in a castle, plus 30% accuracy, plus 30% evasion. That is way more than the 10% or the 15% it was in the past. Yes, this is like double what it used to be in Grand Edition and in LOF 2. So if I move the golem over and hover over, it's plus 30. Castle just gives you plus 30, plus 30. For pretty much everything, it seems. If I move to Ariana and Move over the castle. Looks like it's plus 30 everywhere. You need to go to the class menu. Yeah, I guess we have to go to the class up menu and we can kind of see what's what there. Because I can press X to see what this does here, but I can't move over there to press X on the details. So we'll have to go back to organization to kind of give you a full up understanding of that. So I'm gonna go over here. Centaur standing on the castle. We'll get a shot on this dude. We're definitely gonna hit with that. That's for sure. Oh, you know what? She could just kill off the dog. I don't know if I'll be able to kill off the leader here, but... we'll see. We'll see. Might be able to, but I don't know. Oh, he can't even get over there. Can kind of get there. Alright, well, I don't know if I can kill him. Let's go here. No, I won't be able to kill him, but I could get the dog. The high dog. She's proficiency of 2 now. Okay. Intelligence didn't go up. Agility. Magic pool. Okay, there we go. Strength plus 3 is pretty damn good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like that. I'm pretty happy about that there. There's no point in throwing my life away today. I make it a habit to avoid situations like that. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, sir. We'll see you next time. We'll get to fight you later. We'll do that. Victory, plus 200 experience. Yeah. We got a lot of unicorns. And a nightmare. We have a lot of that there. Okay. So we knocked out... well, we knocked out one leader. A bunch of monsters. They really hit. That team kind of sucked. A bunch of hellhounds. I mean, one Bahamut, that was pretty powerful in the demon and all that. It was a decent mage team, but they just didn't have any real serious troop count. Okay. We can check out some stuff. We can see all of our equipment now. This is going to be great. My Lord Narzel, man who has amassed nice fortune through fishing. It's not considered a nation. You know, the whole Drist idea, Drist moved over here and started a nation. He does call people fishes at some point. You know? But it doesn't really look like Drist. Could not even remember his own name. If Drist couldn't remember the name of his dog when he was at the cemetery, although I think he just didn't want to say it because Ira is there. This gets me to thinking, but I don't know. It's a far-fetch. It's a far-fetched that it could be the case. The Drist moved over here and started up this country here. Sir Odessa, the man of justice. In the southern area of Almura was a source of dispute. Protect the justice on the island. I don't know. Maybe this guy's modeled after me. It kind of looks like me. A little bit. The face. You know. Maybe a little bit of this. Although his beard is a little longer. Doesn't have a cowboy hat though. He's got a... You know, he's got a bit of... some diamonds there. But the strong nose. Although it's like right there. So maybe it's not me. But I don't know. Little bit. Little bit. Looks like that. Not sure. Out of gratitude for his service, Lord Norzeo gave control of the island to Sir Odessa, and a principality was reborn as an Rosalio kingdom. Years later, and long after Odessa, the people's sense of justice wavered. They worked hard, developed industry, and built a country to rival any other. No one knows where the knight and king they named Sir Odessa came from. It's mostly a fable, I guess. It's basically like a fisherman's story. Like if you listen to a lot of fisherman stories, they're, you know, kind of made up. I got a priestly robe for Pick. Shizzler? So Shizzler, wait, so Shizzler was not meant to get anything. Shizzler picked up a core, right? Gravis got his light knuckles. Theodora, the explorer, she got a core. Elaine got an orb. Ferric got some knuckles. Leonora got a helm. He got excellent. He got an obsidian curious. Look at that. Oh, we gotta see what this is. An obsidian curious for monsters and knights. Gotta see what that's all about. What a jacket. Got a steel protector. Okay, so if you wanna... If you want to take a... You know... snapshot or... what is it? Yeah, take a snapshot or something, you know. We got an obsidian curious there. Ooh, Rubino got excellent. What did he get? Oh, he just got experience. Okay. So an excellent training grounds gives you 3 strength? No way. Is that the case, or am I just hopefully imagining stuff? Because he got 3 strength off that. Training grounds there. I don't know. It's RNG? Yeah? Now let's see what Shizzler got. He could only get a helmet, but went to a place with no helmet. Okay, so Shizzler got... He got a core, I think. Didn't he just get a core? He came back with a core, didn't he? Didn't Shizzler come back with a core? Now we got a glowing helmet here. What's this glowing helmet about? I just not noticed that before? Okay, so he still can get the medium helmet. I thought he got a medium. I thought Shizzler got the core, right? I don't think Shizzler got a helmet. I think Theodora got the helmet, right? Oh no, wait, she got some armor, right? Or did Ferric get... Did I mix this up? Yeah, I don't do puzzle games for one reason. I forget the puzzle pretty easily. Okay, let's see what we can get here with the quest. Let's see here. So he's a knight. He can get all these things from here, which each of them are here. So the plains, he'll get heavy armor and a sword, which you see that really elegant looking bigger piece of armor and a sword. The second one, it gets a heavy gauntlet and like a medium set of armor for monsters too, and a ring. This one has a heavy armor and the ring. Okay, so we're gonna swap Brendan with Shizzler, and we're gonna see. Yeah, he got the core. I guess it means the possible rewards are additive, not restrictive. Okay, so that probably means that then. That seems to be the case. So Brendan's going to switch over to the main castle, and Shizzler's going to move over to this castle, and we're going to see if this all is the same way. It could mean that there could be some additional things we get too, but maybe the case was, you know, they couldn't find a thing that he could potentially get, so he got a core. Because the fact is, remember when I said I was going to send Shizzler to a place where he wasn't going to get his possible reward, right? So I said I was going to send him to the Aran Forest. He couldn't get what it showed as possible rewards for a monster bear boot helmet, and instead of getting the helmet as a possible reward, he just got a core. But if we send him to the Hills of Corral, he's likely going to get that helmet. Maybe the possible rewards mean it's more likely you're going to get that there. I wonder. You know, get possible rewards on top of that. Maybe that could be the case. Maybe it just means that you're more likely to get this specific item if you go there. But we'll switch these two knights around and we'll see if it shows the same kind of what they'll get. So if we bring Brendan over here, his possible rewards should only be a monster bear boot. And then Shizzler should get all those extra things that Brendan can get right now. So we're going to swap them and see. Everybody else is just going to go on quests again, and we'll just kind of play like that. Okay, got them switched. We're gonna keep doing some quests here, so let's go for our best possible outcomes. Let's send Ju to, well, she could get some claws or a fang or some really nice looking armor. I think, you know, because she's all the way at the top now, a saint has a really good chance in a snowfield or in plains, it seems. So we're gonna go for some really cool stuff here. So we're either gonna get a chalice or an item. And chalice is, I've seen an item before with the little item pack there, but I haven't seen the chalice yet. I think I'm gonna send her to find the chalice. So we'll send Ariana to someplace that you could get something pretty good too, although it's not looking as amazing. Let's go to the snowfield with this. Oh yeah, we got nobody there, that's right. Okay, Theodora, she should probably keep going over here. Okay, so we're gonna. Hey Silva, how's it going? Boomin'? I don't know. What does that mean? How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the stream. So, Grados, we're gonna try this too. He can get possible rewards are an orb, a fist, and a bear boot helmet. That's for monsters. So all of those conditions are for the Hills of Corral. I'm gonna send him like Shizzler to the Aran Forest, where, well, I mean, it does have the orb there too. So we're gonna send him to the Aran Forest, where only the orb is there as far as possible rewards go. So it's likely he's going to get an orb. If not, then what you're saying before then, Pedro, is likely the case. It's just an additive to it. So if we keep questing Grados here to the Aran Forest, he's likely going to keep getting cores, if that means his possible reward fits along with, you know, what's going on there. You know, so a boomer is in his element. Hey, thanks for being here, but no, I'm not a boomer. I'm an Xer. I'm not a boomer. Yeah, Silva, sorry. You're probably older than I am then. But, yeah, how's it going? Since you've been playing Forsena, that's really cool. I've been putting up YouTube content since 2010 for this channel and my older channel. So I'm the longest historical content creator for Brigandine. So thanks for being here. How you doing? I'm going to be playing Brigandine Legend of Forsena in a few. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. So, yeah. Historically, I've been here the longest. Well, for YouTube especially. I'm going to be moving to some other platforms as well. But Legend of Forsena and Grand Edition of this game, and so I do a lot of multiplayer. So if you want to come by on Saturday nights, I do multiplayer on Saturday nights. So far it's a versus. If we don't have versus going, then, you know, you're going to see like a co-op or something like that. But Saturday nights, Brigandine, multiplayer. Thank you for the follow, Silva. Thanks everybody for being here. Frizzy, Silva, everybody that's in the chat. Thanks for all the help too with this, because we're also working together to figure these things out, because this is going to be important to know whether you should send them to this place or send them to that place or just do whatever. You know, we're figuring things out here tonight too, especially with equipment and items, because you're gonna really get something out of this. So this is gonna be a test, because what we got so far is Pedro's even like agreeing with me too with this, is that the outcome here, what you see on Grados, it's highlighted right here. It shows a core, a circle there, possible rewards, a fist, and a bear boot medium, or a bear boot monster helmet, of which I think some actual knights can also equip. So those are his possible rewards. But when we look at the Aran Forest, when we hover over it, it shows there is a core there, there is a light armor, a staff, a light hat, and a chalice. So it either means that his possible rewards based on his class and the options going there means he could also gain these other pieces of equipment. Or the fact is, if we send him here, and out of those choices for possible rewards, it could potentially mean that he's more likely to get a core because there are cores there, you know? But if we send him over here, there is a bar boot helmet, a core, and a fist, so he could get any one of those. I want to just focus him down on this, and if Grados mostly gets cores, then the possible rewards potentially means that you could focus on a particular piece of equipment with a particular class and knight on a particular area and almost always produce the same kind of result. So it's either one of the two. It's either another additional possibility or it's a focused possibility. We're going to test this out tonight. See, I'm going to keep sending Grados to the Aran Forest and see if he keeps coming back with that stuff. So we're just going to keep doing it like that. We'll try out some other tests too. If you guys want to help out with some other tests, you know, maybe, yeah, thank you so much for the follow, everybody. Thank you so much for being here too. It does mean a lot. And so yeah, maybe the possible rewards are just that you're more likely to get if the destination has those rewards. That's what we're going to test out. We're just going to keep sending Grados to the Aran Forest. And if he only comes back with cores, or if most of it's cores, then we're going to have a very good understanding as to how to play this. Because then, if we're say, oh, I really want a core. Oh, well, this knight is good at, going to this destination and potentially getting it because it shows his possible rewards are there, and the Aran Forest shows that as well. Then I want to do that as much as possible. That could help us with a lot of things, actually. So if we know this, or if we have a better chance for that, let's try this out. Let's see what happens, okay? So we'll give that a shot. But I'm going to go ahead and quest everybody, God knows where. Somewhere we'll have some fun with some stuff. I'm going to try to look at levels, so the level down is not as good as the level up. Or even with the class, I'm going to try to work on the outlook and the levels in the class. And we're going to try to go for the best possibilities here tonight. So we're going to do it like that. Looks like down is better than X, so I'm going to send her to the Aran Forest too. Shizzler's moving. That's all we can do with that. Let's go down to this castle here. We're going to send them out, and all we're going to do right now is just going to look at equipment, items, and just try to figure some things out. If we don't get it 100%, at least we're going to get close to 80% of an understanding as to kind of how this plays out. So, I just want to try to figure some stuff out. So Rubino apparently can't quest to a particular place. He can only do training grounds. I want to send Rubino back to the main castle to see if we can send him to a place for questing, but it seems like we can do training grounds. So I'm going to send Rubino to different castles, and we're going to see what he can do. If he can do more, maybe on his capital he can actually do some real quests. So we'll try that, but I don't know. So we're going to send her to Plains of Delza, and we're going to send these couple of knuckleheads over to, well, I mean, there's a good outlook here, so, I mean, he came back with something pretty fantastic, so we'll send him back there. Why not? Go to Delza too. Alright, so I think we got a lot of things. Yeah, Jake, I think so too. It might increase, better chance of increased star reward if it's possible and available in that castle. It might have a better chance for maybe a better item or a better possibility of getting that item. We're doing some tests here tonight. We're going to go until the game's over, and we're just going to keep testing that just to play around with this and see. So if you got any questions or something you want to see or know, or change someone to a different particular class or whatever, let me know so we can actually do some tests on that. And that should be a lot of fun. Okay, so I think everybody's quested up. Let's check out my troops if I can. Oh, that just does that. So if you want to do this, move off your base. So move off your base like this, hit Y, and then hit R1 to go to knights, and then you can see their status right there. So it says quest, move, quest, move, quest, move. This is kind of how I do with my location thing. So in Grand Edition, I go to location with the stats, with the status, just to make sure, okay, they're attacking, they're not attacking, they're moving, they're questing, whatever. Basically, it's just as simple as just moving off a castle with this button here, pressing Y, R1, and you're done. That's all you gotta do. You can look at monsters too to see what's going on with them. You can look at bases. Pretty simple stuff. Alright, so I'm gonna hit plus, end phase. Let's do it. Let's move on. So we're not gonna really do a lot more attacks right now. We're just gonna focus on quests and equipment and all that sort of stuff. So let's just pass this phase here. Move up. Quest results. So we sent... So Grados should get a core, right? Possible rewards, core. You didn't get a core. So you still come back with something no matter what. I never not got something. That's awesome to know. So he got a magic robe. Why did he get a magic robe? Is it because that place gives magic robes? Maybe. Pick got a magic robe. Frost wand. Blazing claws. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Divine orb. A power potion. We got a power potion. We got a 2-star ice element. Oh, nice. Revival stone. 2-star revival stone. Dear God, look at this. Look at that. Hero bracers. Is that it? A new knight has been recruited. Did I see this one before? Young traveler facing a high dog with nothing. Oh, yeah. I've recruited Tilda before. Look at that! We got a revival stone. That's freaking awesome. Okay, can still get a reward if it's a possible reward, but not a reward listed in destination. You will have to find out, because Grados came back with a light mage robe, okay? Now, if light mage robes aren't conclusive to the place he went to, I think it starts with an A. What's it called? We'll see when we get back there, but if it doesn't have a light robe there, they might randomly give you something. We'll see, though. So it looks like you can actually do a quest, get something, and also meet new knights at the same time. So in Grand Edition and in Legend of Forsena, what ends up happening is that you go on a quest that's either going to send you to a place where you're going to get an item, a piece of equipment, or you're going to find a new knight to gain for your country. But you can't gain a new knight and get equipment at the same time. Looks like in this game you can get both. So you can get either equipment or item, as well as recruiting at the same time. Because Grados went out, trying to find a piece of equipment, and he found this knight. So you can get a twofer in this one, which is actually pretty cool. So you can actually get you can get another knight in here, which is pretty cool. Get a whole knight, based upon, well, I'm going for equipment, but guess what? I found this awesome knight along the road. Hey, how about you join our nation? Oh, okay, sure. Leave me be! Boom! Lightning strike. Grados gets thunderstruck and he's left on the ground and she runs away. If you get the reference. Grados could get cores, helmets, gloves, helmets, and went to a place with cores, but no gloves or helmets. Okay, so we got another knight here. This is Baal? It could be I think this is Baal, right? Help me with my pronunciation here. I don't know if I'm saying this right, but it could be Baal. I think with the little comma, little tweak there. Baal. No. Maybe. So he's a guy that is protecting his little village, but now the war is too big and he can't really handle it. This will be great. We can set up more knights on quests. Ball? Okay, so it's just Ball. Alright. They should have just written his name as Ball. It would have been easier that way. My name is Ball. Like the Rolly object? Yeah, like the Rolly object. Yeah. You deaf or something? Stop it with that racket already. Now, instead of using those figures for music, how about you using to give me your money? I guess we always get these knights here because I just played beforehand, and I got all these knights too. I think there's another one we might get too. But you know what we have to do? We have to figure out which castles are for which types, you know? Oh, yeah. This game, it's not a kid's game. I'm surprised when I looked online to find out how Grand Edition was and how Legend of Forsena was. They rated it below 13 though. I think with the ESBR rating on the book actually says teen, but if you look online it doesn't say teen. I'll have to get the box cover, but I think it's, or maybe it's E for everybody. I forgot, but I didn't think it was. The original game was for kids, but he is awesome. S-ranked growth, I believe. You mean Kara is awesome growth or Ferric? Which one are you talking about? Which one are you talking about, Jake? Which one are you talking about? That guy there or that girl there? It could be Ferric, because I think Ferric... It might be Ferric. It might be pretty good. I haven't looked at all the characters, but I think I like Ariana a lot. I think I might level her up into like a full tier Temple Knight and use her a lot, kind of like a Haley or an Iria. Wow, you really do get a lot of knights. We got them all in the same. Shu Fen, stay back. Okay. She's kind of like the Kathleen and Clockwise. You know what? I think it's interesting because last time he found her too. So maybe it's kind of like how Grand Edition has it set where Kathleen and Clockwise come together. It's a cleric and a priest or bishop duo. And maybe you need a bishop to find her because, you know, they kind of go together. Maybe she teams up with whatever bishop you have on your team. You know, she only goes, like, only a bishop can find Shu Fen, because last time it was the same guy that found her. How has your experience been with Shu Fen? Has it always been a bishop that finds her, or is it a healer? Maybe Jew could go out and find her? I've heard it pronounced as Baal or other contexts. Oh, okay. All right. I wonder if you have to, because I think sometimes it might be class specific as to what knights you're going to find based upon Baal. Oh. Maybe not the happiest of names. Maybe not. Maybe not. I think it has to be a bishop to get her. I think it has to be a priest or a bishop to get her. Because I think that's how it goes with some of the other... I'm trying to remember which knight it was in Grand Edition. That had to use some... I think that's how you get Kathleen and Clockwise. You have to send out a healer in order to do some heal spells to help out with whatever condition it was. I'm trying to remember which knight it was, though, but I think it's you get Kathleen and Clockwise with that. I almost want to say Shaluna, but I don't remember. I keep forgetting Shaluna's quest and how you get her. I think she's a healer, too. I think Shu Fen is kind of like Shaluna. Okay, so we got all these knights here. Let's see if they get some good questings going on here. Okay, so he's a fighter, so not much there. Okay, so Bard is good here. Okay, so what were we looking at here? Okay, so he did get a light robe for mages, right? That's what he got. He got a light robe for mages. Grados came back with that. I think that's what he came back with. So that was at the Erin Forest. His possible rewards could include a core, so he didn't get a core. So maybe it's not based on the factor that his possible rewards plus with the destination rewards, that doubles it to make it more of a confirmation. It's just an extra, it seems, I guess. But then again, we got to run this test a few more times to see, because we ran it once. We got to run it at least 3 or 4 times to try to figure it out. So it has to be a healer. Okay, so it has to be someone with a heal to be able to do that. Okay, that's a good thing. Alright, so we'll send him back. I think I'm going to send these other knights somewhere else so they have better chances. Kara can stay here. She can say go to the forest. Rubino, I guess Rubino cannot go on a quest for equipment. He can only just do training grounds. Okay, so here it says no possible rewards. So he's going to get whatever he gets here, right? What was this, for Lancers? I think this is for Lancers, right? Lancers, maybe fighters could come to Lorenz. You know, we gotta send her back because she'll have better chances over there. Okay, so this is really good for knights, so we gotta send some knights over here. I think that and fighters too. You know what's interesting? You know what's really interesting? I thought when we switched this, Shizzler could get a bare boot monster helmet, and now Brendan can't. Whereas they're both knights, so that was another thing we were going to look at too. But Brendan can't now. Can Shizzler still? Okay, so you can still get most of the stuff here. I found that really interesting. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens here today. Good, Swift Pearl. Oh, we gotta look at some of the other items we got. We got a 2-star revival stone too. We'll go check that out. Brendan got excellent. Whoa, enlightenment scroll, a 3-star enlightenment scroll. Brendan got that. Fine jacket. Heavy protector. Lightning helm. Oh my god. We gotta see what that is all about. Got some fangs for the doggies. Bino got excellent experience. Okay, we have to look at a couple things here. Okay, so he's going to do pretty well looking for stuff here. Maybe we'll send him over here. So I don't think I sent anybody there yet. You know, let's look at some stuff here. Let's look at some equipment here, because I've been talking about it. And let's look at, you press plus for item screen here. Let's look at all of our stuff. Power potion. Strength goes up, but by how much? I don't know. Maybe by 1. Enlightenment scroll. Let's look at details. That boosts a nice proficiency tier. Yes. This is a 3-star though, so how much will this do? How much proficiency? Like from 1 all the way up, or how? I mean, it's a 3-star. Is it always 3-star? So everybody here, is this always 3-star? Is this? I don't know. Maybe it'll just go up 1. It shows 3 stars though. Revival Stone. Miraculously recalls a fallen monster spirit back to its body. Use it from the summon menu. That's a 2-star. So I wonder if the stars have something to do with whether how powerful it's going to be, or just based upon it itself. Lightning Knuckles, double green accuracy. Fire Knuckles, steel bow. Magic wand. Frost wand. Here's the fine jacket. Magic robe. Another one. Priestly robe. Another priestly robe. Lightning helm, double blue defense. Ooh. That's cool. Ice helm, wisdom. Got a magic there. Wisdom medal. Okay, now we're on monster swords, of which I think some other knights can equip too. Double green for lightning knuckles. Blazing claws, double red. Light fangs. Divine orb. That's a double white. Silver pearl. Oh, that's an orb too, but it's not. Okay, so it doesn't have any elemental stuff to it. This one gives some defense. Guard's pearl gives some defense. Swift pearl has agility and attack. Obsidian Curious. This is, whoa, plus 25 HP. 7 plus defense, intelligence, MP. Oh my gosh, this is like a godsend right here. Look at this Obsidian Curious. You can defend from 2 black orbs, plus 7 defense, plus HP, plus MP, and intelligence. That's really good. You think it boosts proficiency by only 1 star? I think those 3 stars on the item or its rarity. Oh, okay. Yeah, that probably is the case with the rarity there then. Doesn't mean a obsidian curious doesn't just you know, fall out of the sky every day. Although here tonight it did, but yeah, that could just be the rarity there. Hero bracers. Okay, that's all we got there. Hero's band. That's all we got there. Yeah, we got the power potion, revival stone. Okay. Okay, we'll try one more time with Grados, with seeing what he can get, you know, and all that. Press Y to revive. Revive what, though? Let's save it up real fast because I don't want to burn the item immediately. I don't know if it's just, if I press Y, it's automatically going to revive something, or if I'm going to... Okay, so since I have the item up there in the top right, it says Y for revive. Let me change my other screen here so it's a little bit easier to see some things. I'm going to highlight a few things here to probably try to help out. So other people are like, what are you talking about, bro? We're talking about this. Revive, right there. There's this option if you have the revival stone. It says revive, press Y. We're going to press Y once. And it flips the screen. Do you see that? It flipped the screen there. I could revive a center that I had or a wyvern. Now, if I want to go back to summon, I don't want to revive because that I'm not worried about reviving. I'm going to hit Y once more. So I'm hitting Y to flip between what I can summon or what I can revive. And it's still gonna cost me. It's still gonna cost me 30. It's gonna cost me 35 or 60 for this. Flip back. You can revive it, but it's gonna cost you. Like Samurai Jack, yeah. With enough scrolls, you can master all classes now. I want to see Jack turn into Jack of all trades. Yeah, he'll be Samurai Jack. That'll be freaking awesome. That'll be super cool. You know, but if you want to revive them, I'm on the revive thing right here. But guess what? It's gonna cost. I have to still spend mana to revive it. It allows you to bring back that monster. So it's kind of like if you were playing Final Fantasy VI and you had the Esper Shard, where you could bring Shiva into the battle or whatever. It gives you the option to have to save the crystallized version of that monster, and you can revive them. Probably on any castle. I don't think there will be any repercussions for it. Let's back out. Let's look at a different castle. So we're going to move over to Lawrence over here. We're going to go to summon. I still have that highlighted up there. Hit revive. 35 and 60. So you still have to pay to play. You have to pay to play to get it back. So even if you used it and it was yours to begin with and died, you still have to spend the extra mana to bring it back. You know, so that's the revival stone up there. That's what that does. You're probably not going to see that without a revival stone. So I'm going to go ahead and just so you know, if you have a revival stone, this is what you're going to look for. And then you just press it and it switches between this and that. So right now it says revive, but we're actually on the summoning screen. Because these are monsters I can summon. And if I press it once more, we'll go to the revival area. And these are monsters that died. And summon just brings me back to the summoning screen. So now we know what goes on with this game. You know, as far as if you want to bring back a dead monster that you're like, oh, I really miss my lightning green dragon. When can I ever get it back? Oh no, woe is me. You know, you get the revival stone. And you go to a castle, and you go up here and you press Y, and it will get you the opportunity to get it back, but you do have to pay for it, you know? You will have to pay for it. So if it dies, it's kind of on you, and it's kind of on you to pay to get it back too. But the revival stone, I guess from what I'm guessing, it's not that hard to find. Because it was only like the first or second quest we got the revival stone, right? If you lost an upgrade or a higher level monster, that's where I would say this would really come in handy. You got the higher level monster, you know, and you're like, whoa, my Balmod, you know, whereforth art thou, Mr. Balmod? And you get the revival stone that your Balmod died, and you can get it back, you know, it's there. So this is pretty cool. I like that option. That's going to be really nice. All right, let's clear this out. Let's check out Mr. Grados there and see if he can get anything else. Let's see what else he can get. So we're just going to go ahead and quest everybody like crazy. Try one more time here. Okay, so we'll send her to someplace good. So this one shows like class up here, whereas this one, not so much. So it seems a temple knight in a valley is a good place to go to. So we're gonna do that. Whereas these ones show an X right there for the class. This one just says down, which down is still better than X. Alright, so we got that set up there. Okay, we got all them questing there. I think I have all the knights kind of where I'd like them to be. So far. We might find some more knights here. We might. What's that, Pedro? Okay. Rubino is just going to keep growing on the training grounds. Grados is going to go... We're just going to keep him focused on these orbs. We're going to see if we can get more orbs for him. If it doesn't happen, then what this is saying is these two don't double up on what we think they do. It just gives us more options. You know, like what I think we're all kind of coming to the agreement upon. I think that's likely the whole scenario. It's the whole kit and caboodle. It's the whole thing. I wonder if the revived monsters also get their equipment back. If you get their equipment when they die. I don't know. We'd have to have some monsters with equipment. I'm gonna go ahead and say probably you don't. I'd like to say you do, but I think if the monster died, you lost your equipment, you know, some equipment got taken by the enemy, they get to have that equipment, I think it's just gone. You might lose it. But if you get the monster back with all the equipment attached to it, I think the reason you might lose it is because, let's say, for example, an enemy killed your dragon, right? They killed your fire dragon, and they took a piece of equipment from that fire dragon. You go to revive that fire dragon, and you get that piece of equipment back, the game could literally kind of double that equipment, whereas the enemy took that equipment from your dead monster, but now that you revived it, your revived monster had that piece of equipment, so you essentially created an extra piece of equipment out of thin air. So I'm going to go ahead and say that you can't do it. Otherwise, it would seem sort of like a glitchy thing. Like you could, in a way, get an extra piece of really rare equipment back, and then if you killed the monster, or if you killed the leader that took that piece of equipment, you could get 2 of those super rare pieces of equipment. So maybe you can, but if it's the case, then it might be kind of like a glitchy type of thing. You know, whereas you could essentially double some pieces of equipment. And I don't know if the developers would want that to be the case. Although I could see You know, there's always glitchy things in a lot of games, and if that's the case, that, you know, you could get double equipment off that. Let's say an enemy beats up your monster, kills it, takes the equipment. You go to fight them back. You kill their monster, you get it back, but then you revive the monster that died, and the monster comes back with that equipment. Now you got two of those same pieces. You just doubled that piece. I'm sure everybody knows what I'm saying, but it could be kind of a glitchy thing, you know? You know what's interesting? It keeps you set to where you went last time. Okay, I think we got everybody done. Let's check it out. Okay, Ferric, Theodore, they're on standby. They're in... Okay, we got Grados going out too. I hope we got this quested up right. Okay, so he's going to the Iron Forest. Alright, we're going to check this out. We're going to figure this out. Okay, so she's an ally now. Ooh, Kara went off on a Thunderous Gem. Thunderous Gem. I bet that's lightning. I bet that's lightning. I bet any money that's lightning. Wisdom Hat. You got a magic wand. Grados came back with a magic wand. Got scale armor. Pretty good. Lightning Knuckles. Frost Hatchet. Got some Mithril Gauntlets there. Silver Sword. Life Potion. Wisdom Helm. Jew. Speed Potion. Bino got Experience. Ooh, look at his strength went up 3. His intelligence went up 3. His hit points went up 4. Magic Pool went up 8. That's a good growth rate there. That's very good. A new knight has been recruited. Okay, it's already going on auto. I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back. 'Tis a great night. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Lionel's now ally. Great. Okay, so he's a thief, right? Greta's found no cores so far, even no cores and the destination and his possible rewards. So possible rewards really seem to be items more likely, but not guaranteed to find. Okay. Okay, so yeah, he found a wand, right? So he found what is in the Aran Forest of the Wand. So I guess the outlook is looking for like more rarer types of item, or more rare types of equipment. But he didn't find any core, although the reward for Aran Forest is a core, and he has possible rewards of a core. It doesn't seem likely that, you know, that doubles up and means you're very likely to find a core. It just means that's a possibility. Now, out of the few tests we've done, we'll do one more test tonight, you know, because it is getting kind of late, and I do want to eat, and might eat a little bit here because I'm kind of hungry. It's been a late night, but I will do, you know, I have been putting up some videos, and I mean to put up some strategy videos for this game. I was going to kind of wait until like I can play more of it to get a very good understanding, but I will do something with the equipment because I do think there is something important with the equipment I do want to talk about. So I will go ahead and do that, and I'm going to probably do that tonight. So yeah, he found a wand and a robe. That kind of throws that idea out of the question, you know. Let's do it again. Does he find a core this time? Is there a chance for that? Let's try that. Okay, we got them set up. Yeah, I'll do... We're just gonna see what we can get here, and then... I think I might call it after this, because... It's streamed pretty good amount of time. I think we answered a lot of questions with this stream, though, which I think is very good. Not a lot of perfect answers, but at least we can get a pretty good understanding as to what's going on. Okay, I think we got everybody. Okay, we got everybody set to go. We'll check out some equipment after that. Morelva is invaded. It's a Ghost. What happened there? Morelva won. Kind of barely. Got a 3-star Zypher hat. Whoa. You got a wisdom pill. Grados got a wisdom pill. He got an item. A 2-star item. So Grados got a pill. Wait, what did Shizzler get? Did it... Did I pass him off? Blade of Durandal! No way! I finally got the Blade of Durandal. Oh, got the Blade of Durandal. I think this should just be called the Durandal. I think the Durandal comes from the Song of Roland, the book about Roland. I think it was an unbreakable sword. I can't remember. It's been a long time, but I think it has something to do with that. Sorry, I gotta eat something. I'm pretty hungry. I didn't have supper yet. Blade of Durandal. Okay, Shizzler got Monster Hero Bracers. That's pretty good. New knight has been recruited. How many knights can we get? How many recruitable knights are there? Like 50? I'm actually happy there's a lot more than there was in the past, though. It does help you move out in case, you know, you need more knights to move around. That really... Oh, good. Finally a chance I can just eat and read. Alejandro. Oh, he's now an ally. No, it's interesting. You can recruit knights, but not all of them said they were allies, or did they? I don't remember them all saying they're allies. Okay, so Grados came back with an item. What was that item, though? We got steel bow. Got the scale mail there. Priestly robe. Zephyr hat. Paladin. Specific. Oh wait, no, it's... Never mind, it's just him. Sorry. Green Noble hat. Wisdom hat. Blade of Durandal. Okay, so whoever has the basic strong one-handed sword icon can hold the Blade of Durandal. He found a wisdom pill. All right. Okay, so we got this. Slightly increases maximum intelligence. I kept thinking with the chalice icon and with the little item icon, I thought there might be something new and different there. But maybe the chalice means it's a better kind of item than the bag. You know, the basic bag icon that's there with the speed potion. Maybe the chalice for questing shows like you're going to get something better than that. Maybe that's the case. Maybe you want to go for the chalices over the items. Maybe it'll leave you with a revival stone or enlightenment scroll or the wisdom pill. Maybe the chalices are better for questing for items per se. We got the lightning helm, which is double blue. Although that's interesting, it's blue. I thought it'd be green. Blade of Durandal is triple blue. It's got extra MP, attack, accuracy +5, and magic resist +5. Ooh, I gotta check that out. We gotta check that out here. Mithril gauntlets, what does that do? It's it. Okay, so it's no orb. Accuracy. Accuracy is pretty good. Swift collar. Heroes band. Okay. Okay, so for Grados, let's give him the Blade of Durandal. So here's the thing. Look at this. Look at this, Pedro. Everybody else that's still here, look at this. See how this is yellow? Let's go back to Rubino. This is yellow. They're both the same color. Right? Okay, so I'm going to make a video talking about this. I think you're going to be able to exchange Brigandines amongst rulers. Not leaders, rulers. I think rulers will be able to exchange Brigandines. So if you conquer a country, I don't know if you have to beat the leader outright and just take it from him in the battle like you do everything else. I think you have to take over the country to get the Brigandine. Otherwise, it might not be fair to that country to just flat out lose their Brigandine in battle. I don't know how Legend of Runersia is going to play this, but they're both in yellow. They both have the opportunity to be removed, but one can't be removed because a leader has to have one if they have one. So if Tim equips one, he might not be able to unequip it. Now, this is still just a theory crafting of mine, but I think we might be onto something here. And if it turns out that way, then I've called it since before the game even came out. Which I kind of hope it's the case, because it'd be nice to give Tim a Brigandine. It'd be nice to change Brigandines to have different armor protections, you know, because each Brigandine has a different kind of elemental defense to it. Chalice are promotion items. Yeah. The same icon in the class tree. Okay, yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Alright. Here's a lightning helm. Let's put a lightning helm. It's all yellow there. We don't have a yellow piece of ring. We don't have a yellow ring though, but we got that. Just take it off that dude. Because why not? Alright, so Rubino looks pretty powerful now. He looks pretty powerful, so I mean, maybe not. It says 0 owned when you look at other stuff like, you know. But then again, you know what? You know what? Blade of Durandal says 3 owned. That's what that means. Okay, now I get it. Blade of Durandal, number owned, 3. What that means is there's 3 more owned pieces of equipment you can use besides what you have. Justice Brigandine, owned 0. No other kinds of equipment that you can use for him at the moment. Lightning Helm, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 owned. This one's equipped. 1's equipped, 5 are owned in inventory. Boom. Right there. Wisdom medal. Owned 1. We have a wisdom medal equipped right now. There's another one in our inventory we could use. Owned 1, because there's 1 extra in inventory. So the owned means what's in your inventory. How many more of those kinds of things are in your inventory? There are no more Brigandines in our inventory, just this one. It could mean that it's yellow because it's kind of powerful. Like if we switch out the lightning to a 2-star here, we get the purple. So I think this means that. So purple might mean 2 stars, yellow might mean 3. Right there. We switch to this one here. Now we have white for 1 star. Purple I think means 2. And yellow means 3 stars. Because so far everything with 3 stars is... Everything so far with 3 stars is yellow. Everything so far with 2 stars is purple. And everything so far with 1 star is white. So I think that's what that means. So if you're looking at the item, or you're looking at the equipment, and you got yellow, that means it's the best of its kind. Purple, second best. White, average. So I think that's what that means, because so far I'm looking at it, there's 1 star with the Wisdom Helm, and it's white. 1 star with Magic Helm, it's white. 1 star with the other Wisdom Helm, it's white. Ice Helm is 2 stars, it's purple. Purple for Sacred Helm. All these other swords are white. 1 star. This piece of equipment is white. 1 star. I think that's what that means. And the number owned means what else is in your inventory that you aren't equipping right at the moment. So I think that's what that means with equipment. But I mean, it seems to add up. I don't know if there's any other factors to it, but it seems pretty straightforward. Let's look at plus. Wait, no. Let's do this. Let's press the plus sign here. It doesn't look like it. Well, it kind of does that. For items, it doesn't seem to do that. But for swords, it looks like that here. Like there's 3 star there. These are kind of grayed out, but that would be white. That's still purple with 2 stars. This is all white with 1 star. So that's what that means. So this is the Justice Brigandine, which is yellow, which is 3 stars. White, 1 star. Purple, 2 star. White, 1 star. Yellow, 3 stars. Purple, 2 stars, 2 of them here. White. Yellow, Zypher hat, 3 stars. Purple, 2 stars. White, 1 star. I'm seeing a pretty consistent theme here, so I'm thinking that's the case of what that means. It's just the coloring for yellow is the best, purple's second best, white is 3rd place. Just kind of looks like that so far. I don't see any other variations here, even with the monster gear down here. Blazing Claws, purple, 2 stars right there. Thunderous Gem, 3 stars, it's yellow. Divine Orb, 2 stars for that. Oh, sorry, I missed it. Yep, all this other stuff there. White. 1 star. Obsidian Curious, 3 stars. Yellow. Everything else is grayed out, otherwise this would be white. I don't know why it's in gray, but it is. Mithril Gauntlets, purple, 2 stars. Heroes Band, purple, 2 stars. And in the inventory doesn't seem to really change with colors. It seems it just shows you the stars. So yeah, so far, Pedro, everybody else here, it seems to be a pretty good confirmation. You want to know what it's going to be, what that coloring means. Purple just means 2 stars. Yellow means 3 stars. If it's like, and if you're looking at it from this perspective, it should be colored white for the title of the name, like Flame Knuckles. But since it's grayed out, everything's grayed out here. It's still white, but the coloring of the wording is white, but it's still just 1 star. So that's how you can tell between 1, 2, and 3 stars is just the colors. For how they wrote it. That's really all that means. But yeah, if we look at Rubino, I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to put another Brigandine on. If you can't, I guess I'll be wrong, but I'm also going to be kind of sad because I hope that you can take someone else's Brigandine and use it for yourself, because then this guy, instead of being, the double blue, we could have double black orbs or double red orbs in there for his defense, so he can actually defend against other elements too, and make it like really, really cool, really powerful. But yeah, also the number owned is a confirmation. There's only 3 others that I can pick from, so the number owned is 3 from my inventory to pick from for this character. Nothing else I can pick for the Justice Brigandine. Won't let him have any other kind of chest armor. The Brigandine is his only armor that he can have. He can't seem to have other armor there. Lightning Helm. There's 5 other pieces we can choose from to give to him. that's available in our inventory, or we can take it from another knight. And as items, there's only one other one we can do. So yeah, it seems to be a confirmation there. It's yellow is great, purple's pretty good, white's like, well, you got a piece of gear, throw it on somebody. That seems to be the case. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thanks everybody for being here. I'm going to conclude this tonight. I'm just going to close out here. And if you want to do more tests and see what else happens, you can. But so far, with some of our confirmations, it seems to be that depending upon where you quest from will depend upon what kind of items you might get. Depending upon your type of class and level, might also contribute to some other factors too. But if you have the same item that you're going to find at this location as what your probable item that you can also find, that doesn't mean that it's likely you're going to find that item more likely, because we just did a test with Grados 3 times. We did a test with Grados 3 times to see if he could find an orb in a place where he was likely to already find an orb just based upon his job or whatever, and the location also had an orb to find, and he didn't even find that at all. 3 times in a row, he didn't even find the orb at all. He found a staff, something else, and something else. He never even found the orb. So, you know, if you're looking at what his possibility says and what the place's possibility says, they don't line up. It just means you have another option, you know. But yeah, thanks for everybody for being here. Thanks, Pedro. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for the follows. Guys and gals, you've been absolutely amazing. Jake, Silva, and everybody else that was here. Frost was here too. And so everybody that was here, we learned a lot today. Today was about trying to figure some things out, you know. So yeah, have a good night, y'all, and we shall come back here. I'm probably gonna have, I mean, it is a bit late, so you'll probably see like a video tomorrow. I'll put up a video tomorrow, and then this live stream will be up in a few days. And so yeah, that's all I've got for you. So thanks for hanging out, and I will catch you in the next video episode and all that. So stay tuned on Twitch and on YouTube.
Game over.
It is over when I say it is over.
Answer my call!
We are victorious, sire!